Supremacy Games. Chapter 751 to 775. Chapter 751, Second Phase of External Manipulation. 5 days later. How much is left? Felix asked while chilling inside Mistress Candace's spaceship. We have already arrived. Mistress Candace spoke with a baffled tone, but I don't see anything near me. For real. Felix lifted his headband and examined the surrounding area. As Mistress Candace mentioned, they were standing in the middle of nowhere. I guess the planet has been destroyed or something. Felix concluded with a heavy sigh. Should I head to our next target? Mistress Candace asked. Please. A few days ago, Felix had received all the bloodline bottles that he ordered. To not waste time, he filtered them out and made more than 10 primogenitor bloodline bottles. Some were for his team and some were for his squad. The rest were kept with him in case he needed them. As for the bottles for his team and squad, he had given them to Malak. The moment Olivia, Noah, and Sylvia reach Earth, Felix would meet with them in the UVR and see whether they wanted to take them or not. This was much better than waiting a few months on Earth until they arrive. Now, he was in Hormongondra's galaxy, searching for one of the poisonous areas on his list. Unfortunately, he was out of luck most of the time. This was the 5th area already, and he ended up not finding the entire planet. In the span of 7 days, Felix had managed to eliminate more than 15 areas from the list, leaving him with only 10 more. They were all situated at the outskirts of the galaxy. Still, Felix hadn't lost hope yet. Right now, Mistress Candace was taking him into the furthest one from their position. In a short while, they reached a dwarf planet that was 3 times bigger than the moon. Its sky was dark green and moving like it was hidden behind poisonous clouds. Felix didn't get too excited about finding the planet since most of the areas he eliminated were all ruined by man-made interventions. Oh, I remember this place. Hormongondra smiled. It's filled with the worst poisonous gases in the galaxy. I used it as a spa from time to time. Let's hope it's still the same. Felix wished as he got closer to the planet's atmosphere. After Mistress Candace passed through it, they were met with a deserted green land that was brimming with gooey swamps. Those swamps were emitting large bursts of gases and bubbles from different colors into the atmosphere. Jackpot! Felix's eyes brightened up in delight after seeing such a hair-raising scene. He swiftly exited the void realm and jumped into the ground. The moment he landed, his feet were submerged deeply like the ground was made out of tofu. What's worst, his nano-space suit, that was meant to protect him from the worst hazardous environment, was taking a beating. Fortunately, it seemed like the planet wasn't fully deprived of oxygen, making Felix decide to give up on the spacesuit. He quickly stored it inside his spatial card and beamed his symbiote suit. His AP bracelets and symbiote suit were made out of the same material. The potency of the poison was still not enough to break through it. Knowing that he needed to experience poison through skin contact made Felix turn his symbiote suit into an underwear. He was still not comfortable enough to expose himself fully before Mistress Candace, especially when she was being naughty and teasing him from time to time. Elder, should I practice here or is there a better spot on this planet? Felix asked while touching the gooey green swamp. I believe that the best spots are underground. Hormongondra guided, head north, you will find a mountainous region. Felix nodded his head and began his journey. In a short while, he reached a black mountain range that was stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Felix jumped into the sky and inspected the mountain range with his perfect vision, wanting to check for any caves. After repeating the process several more times, he found a hidden cave behind a large boulder. Without further ado, Felix entered the void realm. When he emerged, he was already deep within the cave. This is the good stuff. Felix smiled in satisfaction after finding a small dark green liquid pool that was bubbling from time to time. It was surrounded by rocks, making it resemble a hot spring. Felix removed the symbiote suit and swiftly jumped inside before Mistress Candace could tease him. Oh, I feel like my body is being massaged. Felix closed his eyes in enjoyment. No wonder you called this place a spa. Open your eyes, you are not here to relax. Hormungandr said, you need to begin increasing your affinity as fast as possible if you still want to master the second stage of poison manipulation and learn about the conversion. Understood. Felix broke free from a crippling laziness that was seeping through him and refocused on his objective. Mastering the conversion technique was a must before he participates in any individual game. If he learned it for poison, it meant that he wouldn't need to fill his tank with poison energy anymore. He could simply absorb neutral energy around him and convert it into poison energy. If he did the same for lightning element, he would leave his elemental tank exclusive for his void energy. Because he had an infinite source of energy from the void realm, he would never find trouble being out in the games. With that, he would be solving his elemental tank issue temporarily until he figured out a method to increase his elemental tank significantly. Now, sit properly and close your eyes. Hormungandr taught, remember your training in the UVR. It might be a virtual environment, but it still helped you experience a trance for a few seconds. Try to recall that sensation. Hormungandr said, I believe it will be 100 times easier when you are in a truly rich poisonous environment. As Hormungandr said, Felix did indeed find it much easier to feel the poison particles around him than in the UVR. In fact, he was already starting to see them. They were so many, his entire line of sight had turned green. When he looked beneath him, the green particles were stacked to the point, they appeared to be solid. Naturally, a liquid poison pool would have more particles than poison in a gas state. Felix extended his arm forward and waved it slowly through the green particles. Then, he tried to grab some, but the particles just seeped through his fingers. Not wanting to waste such an opportunity, Felix focused on the green particles that were on his hand and started to imagine turning them into a small cube. Just like magic, the green particles began to attach themselves akin to Legos before turning into a smooth shimmering green cube. Felix opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile in gratification at the sight of the revolving cube. You are right, it's 100 times easier here. Felix said. Congratulations on reaching the second phase in your external manipulation. Hormungandr smiled. Now, the real fun begins. Thor chuckled. It might seem weird to celebrate making a small cube, but they knew that it was 10 times more difficult than replicating Hormungandr's body in the last Keykeeper game. That's because Felix had made Hormungandr's body from his own poison energy that was released from his body. He might have created the copy externally, but the energy was still his own. On the other hand, this cube was created 100% from external energy that didn't touch Felix at all. This was the true external manipulation. Having the ability to manipulate poison from a distance without needing to interact with it physically. Soon, Felix tried to create the same poison cube, but without closing eyes this time. Alas, he ended up making air. One step at a time. Hormungandr advised, creating a connection with poison particles is not an easy process and depends heavily on talent. Since you are a human, you need to be patient with it. I understand. Felix nodded and closed his eyes again, wanting to establish the same connection. Without connection with the invisible particles around him, he could forget about creating anything. A month later, Felix could be seen sitting on the same bubbly poison pool fully nude. He had his head lowered and eyes closed shut, appearing like he was in a deep slumber. Around him were 100 of different floating objects with diverse sizes and shapes. There were minimized vehicles, such as cars, planes, tanks. There were dragons, humans, snakes, furniture, and more. Those objects were all made out of poison and weren't static at all. Each second that passes, objects get destroyed and more emerge in place. Some of them get reshaped on the spot and then split into different minimized versions of the same shape. All of this was happening at the same time, creating a sense of mystique beauty within the chaos. This was the result of 1 month of constant training, from a small cube to a free control of hundreds of objects. He might not be born with a great affinity as my descendants, but he will surpass even the best of them in no time. Hormungandr smiled with a pleased expression. That's to be expected from my student. Thor snickered as he gulped a mouthful of wine. If he can't even master poison, there is no point in teaching him the glory of lightning. Go be envious somewhere else. Hormungandr shooed him away, knowing that he was just being a prick since Felix was going to spend the next months focusing only poison element. Chapter 752, First Encounter with Noah. Another month went by and Felix was now able to create poison object with his eyes wide open. He didn't need full concentration to sense the poison particles around him. This was considerable progress since he couldn't close his eyes during battle to use external poison abilities. When he got comfortable making any poison object to his own desire, Hormungandr began teaching him the methods to liquefy and solidify poison. Since it was going to be happening externally, the method wouldn't be the exact same as doing it internally. Still, Felix didn't find it troublesome or harder than the internal method since he was already used to manipulation poison now. Learning a new thing as a complete newbie wasn't the same as a veteran. Regardless, Felix took another month and 2 weeks to finally master the method. Now, he was capable of liquefying and solidifying poison without being in contact with it. This would create many possibilities in his future battles. Although he made such a noteworthy progress, Felix refused to stop his training. He continued learning other techniques and abilities that were available only after mastering external manipulation. Hormungandr emphasized that he wouldn't be teaching him anything about third stage of manipulation, if he didn't master at least the most important abilities and techniques in the second stage. Hence, Felix remained within the poison pool for an additional 3 months until Hormungandr was finally satisfied with his mastery. You can leave the pool now. Hormungandr said, the third stage of manipulation requires an environment that is filled with neutral energy. I see. Should I just return to Earth then? Felix wondered. He knew that Earth was filled with neutral energy due to not having extreme environments for elemental energies to be born. Do as you wish. Upon receiving a confirmation, Felix stood up from the pool and began stretching his limbs. He was sitting in the same place for months now. Nice. Not missing the chance, Mistress Candace winked at Felix from the Void Realm as she peeked at his crotch. Shut up. Annoyed, Felix quickly got dressed and joined her in the Void Realm. Thanks to Mistress Candace, the journey took merely a day and a half. Felix emerged from the Void Realm and entered his suite at the Sky Pearl Island. Robert, Malak, Eric, and the rest of his squad came running the moment he notified them of his arrival. After greeting each other, Felix asked, "How is it going for Earth? Is anyone making trouble?" When Felix headed the Federation, he requested from Malak and Eric to observe the situation in the planet. He knew that turning it into the capital city of the Federation would mean countless new immigrants would be switching their citizenship as Earthlings. Naturally, this would create a divide between native Earthlings and the immigrants. Felix really wished that both sides wouldn't discriminate against each other, but he knew that was a far-fetched fantasy. It's not good. Malak sighed. The more immigrants gets accepted, the worse it gets. Most natives are feeling threatened by the immigrants and keep making trouble for them even though they aren't harming anyone. Indeed, there are too many protests happening simultaneously, it's getting out of hand. Nietzsche added with a worried voice. Mr. Rodriguez and Madame Zazia are trying their best to quench the protests as peaceful as possible. Jones shook his head, but nothing much changed. Sigh, I brought them an opportunity to change their lives for the better and this is how they treat it. Felix smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat disappointed that the majority of Earthlings were failing to see the big picture. Earth being the capital Federation meant that the entire planet had been risen in value by thousands of points. Just a tiny land in the desert would cost millions of coins if they desired to sell it. Homeowners could also rent their place for tens of thousands a month. Felix made sure to impose some beneficiary rules for Earthlings since he understood that they were still adapting to such a galactical expansion. Just a few years ago, they were still using internet. Now, they had aliens as their neighbors, it wasn't that easy to adapt. Regardless of his efforts, Earthlings still felt threatened by the new immigrants and wanted it to stop. Unfortunately, it wasn't up for them to decide. For the planet to develop faster and join the ranks of the most influential planets in the universe, it needed capable immigrants. Felix wasn't going to halt immigration just because the natives were too insecure about themselves and decided to turn their hate into innocent immigrants. He had given them an opportunity that would have never occurred in their lifetime. Felix knew that many intelligent and ambitious Earthlings were already taking advantage of it and climbing through the social ladder. Since it's my planet, I might as well do something about it. Felix brought out an empty hologram and began filling it with a new set of rules. As the legitimate owner of the planet, he could add any rule he wanted as long as it didn't involve something illegal. In a short while, Felix requested the Queen to apply those rules effective immediately. "Are you sure about this, boss?" Eric gulped. "There will be riots. Let's see if they dare." Felix sneered. "Anyone who doesn't like the new rules can *CK off to another planet." Agreed. "We had the same rules in my planet, and they worked just fine to keep things in order." Malik supported Felix's decision. The rules that Felix added weren't really that complex or limiting. They simply ensured that no one would actively protest without a legitimate reason. If you don't want immigrants to be here, simply provide a reason that made sense instead of crying that they would be stealing jobs or such. Earth was now a capital hub for the entire Federation, and it wouldn't be called as such if it was filed with only native Earthlings. In case someone tried to hold a protest even without offering a good reason, they would be warned by Queen AI the first time. If they did so again, they would be fined and thrown in jail, depending on how big their protest. "Enough of this, tell me about your integration with the mythical bloodlines." Felix referred to Nietzsche and Jones, the last human bloodliners in his squad without a mythical bloodline. He had given them mythical bloodlines after explaining the difficulties and consequences to them. As expected, none of them rejected the bottles even though it wasn't conclusive yet if they could enter the origin realm by using them. For Nietzsche, he had given her Yggdrasil bloodline, the plant/nature primogenitor. Lady Sphinx had assured him that Yggdrasil might be still alive in the Elves' galaxy, it wasn't concerned with matters related to mortals one bit. She was as shut in as Phoenix, who was most likely still asleep above a star somewhere in the universe. On the other hand, Jones was given Fenrir bloodline. Since Fenrir was in a hibernation, Felix didn't find using his bloodline as an issue. As long as all the bloodline bottles never reached 75%, no one needed to worry too much. "I am at 30% now." Jones coughed. "I am integrating with 1% every 5 days. I am at 31%. Nietzsche shivered. "I am integrating with the same percentage as Jones." "You will get used to the pain." Felix chuckled after hearing their abysmal integration percentage. He knew that his pain tolerance shouldn't be compared with theirs since he was used to getting tortured from the very first bloodline he got. "Where is little Oli, Noah, and the others?" Felix inquired suddenly. "They are staying in the Earthling team headquarters." Robert replied, "You should pay them a visit, Olivia has been asking about you ever since she got here." "All right, I will be heading there." Felix turned to Malik and requested for the bottles. He had given them to her, believing that it would take him a year or two to master the second stage of manipulation. Fortunately, he underestimated his capabilities. After getting the bottles, Felix moved through the void and reached the Earthling headquarter in the blink of an eye. "It sure got more magnificent than the last time I saw it," Felix praised with a surprised expression after emerging from the void realm at the plaza. The half-built island had already been finished and was now at its brightest hour. Everything looked futuristic and advanced like this small island wasn't meant to be on Earth. The only thing that remained the same was the drop in the middle of the island, the transparent dome, where the Earthling team lives and trains. "Is that Felix?" "It can't be. Is it really him?" Felix walked towards the dome, not bothering that his appearance had stunned the staff members silly. After reaching the door, Felix allowed his bracelet to be scanned just like always and got permission to enter. The moment he stepped inside, he was startled to see Noah, approaching him on his hover platform. His appearance had been almost completely changed due to his bloodline path mutations. But, Felix recognized him immediately because of his known cold and distant expression. When Noah reached Felix and nodded at him silently, he was even more certain. "Is that all I get?" Felix said speechlessly. Noah frowned his eyebrows as he stared at his hand, then, he suddenly offered it to Felix awkwardly. Whatever." Felix chuckled and shook Noah's hand. "Nice to see you too, I guess." Felix was now certain that regardless of what happened to him, Noah would always be the same. A healthy mute, who cared only about his sister's well-being. Chapter 753, The Reunion. "Where is little Oli and the rest?" Felix asked. Noah turned around with his hover platform and gestured with his hand for Felix to follow him. Felix jumped on his hover platform, and they went together towards the cafeteria. When they reached it, Felix was surprised to see that most of the main team members were eating breakfast together. He thought that he would be seeing only 4 or 5 at most since he told Mr. Rodriguez to bring back only those who reached peak 5th stage of replacement. It seems like no one is lazing around. Soon, Felix spotted Olivia laughing while sitting with Sylvia and Hina. Immediately after seeing her oval cute face and plump cheeks, a wide grin couldn't help but get affixed on his face. "You are really a shameless bully." Asna rolled her eyes after reading his evil thoughts. Felix ignored her and entered the void realm in a sneaky manner under Noah's curious eyes. He might be distant and silent, but it didn't mean that he wasn't fascinated by unique abilities. "When do you think Felix will be returning?" Hina asked while drinking orange juice. "I don't know, but Grandpa Robert said he will be contacting us soon in the UVR. Olivia replied while munching on cookies akin to a squirrel. "She is really adamant at eating cookies like this." Felix chuckled while extending a finger at her back. Then, he opened a tiny void rift and poked her. Who is it?" Olivia dropped the cookies at once and turned around with a vicious expression. When she saw no one, she jumped away and began floating in the air by standing above 2 hovering purple lilies flowers. "What's the matter, Oli?" Sylvia and the rest of the team stopped eating at once and entered a battle stance, using their own abilities. "Someone poked my back," Olivia shared while examining the area carefully. The others had gotten even more serious when they heard so, knowing that Olivia wouldn't joke about such a thing. Not a bad first reaction. Felix nodded in satisfaction. He thought that Olivia would scream ghost in fear and jump away, but it looked like he was selling her short a bit too much. Might as well test them all and see if they have gotten any better. Felix changed his plan from pranking Olivia to examining his teammates' improvement. "Let's start with you, Miss Vice Captain." Felix pointed his finger behind Sylvia's back and fired a thin lightning arc. SZLZLZ. When Sylvia sensed danger, she knew that evading would be impossible. So, she concentrated on her back, activating one of her newest ice abilities, Icy Skin. Ice formed on her back instantly, protecting her from the lightning arc. However, before she could warn the others, she realized that all of them were being under attack simultaneously. Lightning arcs were flying everywhere. The only one who appeared carefree in such a situation was Baldy Ronaldinho, the only lightning elementalist in the main team. However, soon enough he was forced to defend himself as poisonous arrows began raining down on him from every direction. "Show yourself!" Zhang Wei shouted furiously while being bombarded by both lightning and poison arrows. He didn't even attempt to dodge them as his skin was turned into metal, enhancing his defenses greatly. Unfortunately, when Felix saw that his attacks weren't causing much trouble to his teammates, he decided to strengthen them a little. Now, everyone was being attacked by lightning spears and thin poisonous needles that were hard to be spotted. "Allow me." Hina clapped both of her hands together, managing to create water bubbles that encased her teammates without touching them. Water was perfect counter to both poison and lightning, as long as no one touched the bubble. Now that the water bubbles were taking care of the bombardment, the team were given a few seconds to communicate properly. The attacks are literally coming out of nowhere. I don't sense a single soul around us. William informed. Should we inform Mr. Rodriguez? Wait, we are being attacked by poison and lightning abilities. Sylvia looked around her. They are coming from nowhere. Doesn't this remind you of someone? The moment she put it like this, everyone was stunned when a picture of Felix manifested before them. Felix! You prick! I know it's you! Olivia immediately yelled out. Took you a while, slowhead. Felix emerged next to Olivia in the air and patted her head with a faint smile. When Olivia felt his warm hand above her head, she turned around slowly and stared at him with widened eyes. It's really you? She mumbled in disbelief. Felix was gone for so long, it was hard for her to accept his sudden appearance. No hug? Are you going to shake my hand like that? Mute no. Before Felix could finish his sentence, Olivia embraced him tightly while tearing up. You prick, I missed you. I missed you too. Felix patted her back gently and looked at the rest of his team. Same applies to all of you. Welcome back, Captain. Thrilled, Leo and Ronaldinho broke through the water bubble immediately and rushed towards Felix. Did you really need to test us like this? Sylvia commented while eyeing Felix in annoyance. I am the captain after all. Felix coughed, not wanting to expose that his first intentions were to prank Olivia. We are glad that you came back. Zhang Wei nodded at Felix. Yes, we might have gone offline in the camp for a couple of years, but we caught up to everything that happened in our journey. William smiled bitterly. You really made our struggles in the camp appear like a joke. In the span of 3 years, Felix's MMR was already high enough to participate in Universal Diamond Games. He graduated from the Royal Witch Academy in a single year and became a Master Podi winner. He went to the Guardian Empire and became the Void Guild's president and most reputable person in the Empire. He joined the Galactical War and ended it in a single day, which allowed him to become the unofficial leader of the Federation. He turned Earth into the capital city and was boosting its development into new heights. All of this while still increasing his strength at a phenomenal level. On the other hand, his teammates' achievement was reaching peak 5th stage of replacement in the same period. Such a comparison was truly too brutal and hard to stomach. When it was brought to light like this, even Olivia felt ashamed to boast about her integration before Felix. Worst of all, most of the team were still back in the camp, having not even managed to reach peak 5th stage of replacement. Kenny, Sarah, and more teammates with low affinity rating had their struggles doubled. Why so down all of a sudden? Felix pulled Olivia's cheek playfully and said, if you keep comparing yourselves with me, you will just hurt your motivation, you know that right? My starting line was thousands of kilometers ahead of you, so don't feel bad about not being able to catch up. Felix eyed all of them, even the most talented human in the universe will fail to do so. Felix would rather be straight with them and destroy any kind of fantasy they had about reaching his level, than lie to them and encourage them to do the impossible. Felix knew that his progress would be nothing without the help of Asna and his masters. That's just a fact. For them to catch up, they needed their help too more than hard work and talent. Seeing that most of them were still finding it hard to accept it made Felix smile in satisfaction. This just proved that Olivia and the others were extremely competitive and ambitious individuals. They weren't going to stop trying just because he told them so. Their motivation might be affected a little but not killed completely. They are worthy of primogenitors' bloodlines. Felix was certain more than ever that he needed to help them. Just like he found a way to break through human limitations, they might also find their own path, no matter how impossible it seemed. Felix had never forgotten that one of his main goals was to lift the human race as a whole by breaking limitations in their cultivation system. If he was going to start somewhere, might as well start with his own teammates. Let's gather in the conference room, I got something that will cheer you up. Felix smiled as he patted Olivia's head. Chapter 754, Creating a Mythical Earthling Team. When everyone gathered in the conference room, Felix looked at Sylvia and asked, "By the way, where is Coach George?" "He remained behind with the rest at the camp," Sylvia answered. "I see." Felix nodded his head and beamed 8 bottles with different colors. "I have recommended you to join the Phantom organization as well." Felix extended his hand to the bottles and said, "The moment you accept being recruited, you will be given a mythical bloodline that matched your element." "For real?" Leo exclaimed with a thrilled expression. The others were just as excited as him, even Noah had his eyebrows risen in surprise, not expecting that they would be given mythical bloodlines. "Isn't this too much?" Sophia asked with a worried tone. 8 bottles can net more than 500 billion coins in the market. Is it really worth it to invest that much in us? Upon hearing so, the team's excitement died down slowly. All of them wanted a mythical bloodline bottles, but at the same time, they preferred not to create trouble for Felix in the organization. In their eyes, recommending them was the same as vouching for their capabilities and worth to the organization. If they screwed up or failed to live up to the organization's expectations, they would be ruining Felix's image and name. "They are worrying about ruining my image from myself." Felix wanted to laugh but held it in at their unwarranted worry. He appreciated it though and made sure to ease their minds about accepting the bottles. "The organization is investing heavily in the Earthling team. So, if you really don't want to ruin my image, take the bottles and get as strong as possible for the games," Felix said while forwarding a contract to them. "Now sign the recruitment contract, so we can begin." Sylvia and the others read the contract and found it was more of an advanced NDA contract. No one could expose anything about the organization or the bottles. If they went and did so, the consequences wouldn't be too pleasant. Felix did them a favor by giving them a mythical bloodline. So, if they screwed him over, they wouldn't be treated politely. No one thought anything weird about the penalties since they believed that the organization wrote them, not Felix. After a few minutes, everyone signed the contract and could be considered as official members to the organization. "We can't expose that we are members of the Phantom organization, right?" Adaf inquired. "Naturally." Felix nodded while picking 2 bottles that were filled with a blue chili liquid. Then, he called for Noah and Sylvia to come up stage. Without fanfare, Noah and Sylvia climbed the stage shoulder to shoulder. Everyone seeks a mythical bloodline since it's the ultimate bloodline rarity in the universe. Felix spoke with a serious tone, "You will be able to unlock 9 abilities instead 6. Those abilities are beyond your imaginations. Your enhancement boost will be incomparable to anything you experienced. I dare claim that mythical bloodliners are much stronger than even pure-blooded Origin Realm descendants." The more he said, the more excited everyone got. Alas, Felix had to burst their bubble immediately, so they wouldn't blame him later on. However, there is a considerable disadvantage for using a mythical bloodline. Felix said truthfully, "You will not be able to break through the Origin Realm." "What do you mean?" Arno asked. "What I mean is that no method has been discovered yet to enter Origin Realm by using mythical bloodline," Felix informed. "Maybe it will be discovered in the future, or maybe it will never happen. Before making your decision, you need to keep this risk in mind." Olivia and the others glanced at each other, wanting to see how their teammates feel about all of this. On the other hand, Noah didn't even bother to glance at the others. He simply extended his hand at Felix, gesturing him to hand over the bottle. "Are you certain?" Felix asked for confirmation. Noah nodded silently and took the icy blue bottle. He beamed it in his spatial card immediately and returned to his seat. It might seem like he made a rash decision, but in Noah's mind, there wasn't much choice to make really. He understood that breaking through Origin Realm took centuries to millennials of effort to build the perfect mental state. Even then, there was a tiny chance of succeeding. So, what's the point of denying such a God-sent opportunity for a slime chance to break through? Especially, when it wasn't certain yet that breaking through with mythical bloodline was utterly impossible. Noah might not have said anything, but his swift and decisive actions had shown everyone that they were thinking too much. The answer was clear. "Thank you for the recommendation. I won't forget this debt." Sylvia bowed her head in appreciation and took the bottle. Soon, Felix called for Olivia and the rest, giving them each a bottle of their own. Unfortunately, when Leo and William's turn had arrived, Felix had to disappoint them. "I am sorry, but there isn't any bottle for earth element or sound element." Felix shook his head. "What? Why? It can't be." Both of them were heartbroken by the news, feeling like fate was pulling a joke on them. Felix couldn't be truthful and tell them that sound and earth primogenitors were alive and active. There was no way Felix would be extracting their bloodlines and giving them to others without their approval. He would be just asking for trouble. Worst of all, he would be embarrassing his masters. The organization still haven't made bloodlines for those elements. Felix tried to comfort them, though. "You can use bottles for other elements if you have a secondary one." Upon hearing so, William and Leo felt like their souls had returned to their bodies. It wasn't the perfect route they hoped for, but they would rather use mythical bloodlines for their secondary element than none. How could they keep their heads up when the rest of their teammates were mythical bloodliners? "My secondary element is fire. I have 45% affinity rating on it." Leo sighed in relief. "It's not as high as my main element, but I can manage myself. My secondary element is light. It's 39% affinity rating." William nodded. "I will be slower than the rest in integration, but it will be fine in the future." Switching an element was a big move since they needed to relearn everything from the start again. In addition, there could be conflict in abilities from different elements. Thankfully, their secondary elements actually supported their main just fine and vice versa. "I had a feeling that you will be making this decision." Felix smiled as he beamed 2 new bottles for those 2 elements. "Haha. Captain, I wanna kiss you so hard right now." Leo gave a heartful laugh as he jumped on Felix, trying to kiss him on the cheek. "A thank you is sufficient." Felix pushed Leo's face away in annoyance. Now that everyone had a mythical bloodline bottle, Felix had to warn them ahead about the incoming painful experience. "I suggest that you start integrating with 1% to get a feel for it," Felix advised. "The integration duration will be 15 minutes and the pain would be at least 10 times what you are used to." For real. No one thought that it would be this difficult since they had seen Felix's integration speed being on par with them during the old days. This meant, he was integrating with 5% and more during each attempt just like them while his difficulty was 10 times harder than them. Now, it made sense to them why Felix had reached this far in his journey. They couldn't help but admire him even more for it. "If we integrated with 1%, it will be hard to get a mutation." Ronaldinho murmured, "Should I risk it and go for 3% at least?" Noah and the rest thought the same. This was a mythical bloodline and their last integration. It would leave a bad taste in their mouths if they pussied out and integrated with just 1%, denying themselves from a fine mutation. At least Ronaldinho thought about doing just 3%, Noah was actually thinking of doing a whole 10% at once. In his mind, if Felix was able to take it, he could do it as well. "If you are still not convinced about the difficulty, we do a test run in the UVR." Felix grinned, "You will go through the same pain as I did during my 3rd replacement when I integrated with 13%. 13%. Everyone was left speechless at such a horrific percentage. During their time in the camp, they were replacing bloodlines with 11% at best, only Noah was capable of doing 12%. This was while the integration process took only 5 minutes. They didn't dare to imagine doing 13% for an entire 15 minutes, especially, when the pain was 10 times stronger. "Your pain tolerance is truly too freakish." Sylvia and the others didn't know if they should feel awed or terrified by it. Chapter 755, The Conversion Technique. 15 minutes later. "So, What do you think? Felix asked with an easygoing smile while staring at his teammates lying on the floor with deadpan expressions. Only Noah and Sylvia were standing next to him with disappointed looks. You are a monster. Captain, you must be a masochist to handle such a pain every 2 days. I am starting to reconsider using a mythical bloodline. Olivia and the rest gave Felix a look meant for monsters, not expecting that the pain would be this agonizing. No one even attempted 13% like Felix mentioned. Instead, they started with 10% like they were used to. Yet, not a single one of them managed to survive for a single minute. The instant they give in to the pain and faint, it was all over for them. Realizing that they needed to go through this hell for 15 minutes made them understand how laughable their previous integration compared to this. The second time, all of them reduced the percentage to a reasonable number, 5%. This time, most of them passed the 5 minutes mark, but it was still not enough. From there on, they kept reducing the percentage to 4%, 3%, 2%, and lastly, 1%. The shocking part, only Sylvia and Noah managed to finish the integration successfully. Still, they didn't take pride in it at all. Don't get discouraged too much. Felix clarified, the pressure of real death plays a considerable role in integration. No matter how realistic the UV are, it would be hard to go all in with integration while knowing that you can stop at any given moment without consequences. Death was a major player in pushing bloodliners into finishing their integration no matter what. Upon hearing so, Olivia and the rest felt a bit comforted, but still, they weren't too pleased with their performance. Failing to integrate with even 1% made it seem like the time they spent in the camp was useless, especially when there was a monster next to them with the same age. Felix, Nemo is throwing a tantrum after waking up. Mistress Candace suddenly contacted Felix, he wants to be with you. Okay, I am done here anyway. Felix said. He turned to his teammates and informed them, after you cross at least 60% in your integration, we will be doing a planetary games marathon. Marathon? Leo lifted his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, we will play all of our placement games in one day. Felix added, I won't be playing those games with you. I believe that you can handle dealing with 5th stage bloodliners when you become full-fledged mythical bloodliners. Felix wasn't planning on wasting his team fighting against 5th stage or 6th stage bloodliners. He trusted that Sylvia and the rest would be able to win against them with flying colors. When they reach games against other races, he would be joining them then. Felix understood that this Earthling team would end up facing a barrier when he climbs to Platinum Games. After all, the players there would be as strong as Origin bloodliners. Though, he ignored this matter for now, preferring to seek a solution for it when the time comes. Don't worry, we will not disappoint you or the organization. Sylvia ensured with a serious tone. You can rely on us, Felix. Olivia promised. We will see about that. Felix waved his hand and logged out. He informed them that he would be training on the island for a while and that he shouldn't be bothered unless it was important. Then, he teleported inside his bedroom that was left untouched since the moment he departed. The first thing he did was bring Nemo from the Void Realm, allowing him to explore the room to his desire. To learn the conversion method, you need to understand first what are those inscriptions on your body. Hormungandr requested, summon them and expose your chest. Felix did as he was told with an eager expression. After his body got completely covered in those green inscriptions, Hormungandr began speaking. No one knows exactly what are those writing, but everyone is referring to them as the language of the Creator or the universe. You don't know? Creator. Felix was startled by his answers. He expected that Hormungandr should have already understood everything there was to know about those inscriptions. After all, he spent billions of years having them on his body. It's hard to translate those inscriptions. Lady Sphinx admitted, without the maniacal monolith's existence, we wouldn't have been able to decipher even 1%. Even Lady Sphinx was admitting her inability to fully comprehend them. I never thought their origin will be this mysterious. Felix murmured as he touched the inked writings. I believe that the creation primogenitor is currently the only one, who is still fully devoted to deciphering those writings. Thor mentioned. Yes, he never resurfaced again after telling us about it. Lady Sphinx nodded in agreement. I believe it's been more than 2 billion years now. Hormungandr wondered. More or less. 2 billion and he still hasn't cracked the code yet. Felix was left at loss for words. Most of us believe that our meaning in life lies behind the secrets of those inscriptions. Thor chuckled, but the majority already gave up on trying to understand them. Everyone is hoping for the creation primogenitor to figure out and grace us with an answer. Lady Sphinx shook her head, but nothing has been heard from his side. Are you collecting the monoliths to discover their secrets as well? Felix asked. No. Lady Sphinx shrugged her shoulders. I am just curious what will happen if they were all gathered at the same place. Cough, I see. Lady Sphinx's obsession with intriguing experiment truly never failed to amaze Felix. There is another reason why those inscriptions are significant to primogenitors. Hormungandr disclosed with a strict tone, they are believed to be a treasure trove of unfathomable techniques. The conversion technique that define us primogenitors has been gotten from deciphering a single sentence. Thor added, it is believed that the written inscriptions are made from hundreds of unidentified sentences. The more Felix heard, the more his astonishment grew in those inscriptions. The conversion technique was an ability that allowed primogenitors to transform neutral energy into their desired element. Such a technique made sure that one would never run out of energy as long as he was within a space filled with neutral energy. It was that overpowered. Yet, he heard that there were actually hundreds of techniques that were just as amazing written on his body. Felix felt like he was a walking treasure chest. Did you decipher any other techniques? Felix wondered in intrigue. You don't understand, we didn't decipher anything. Lady Sphinx shook her head, it was the creation primogenitor, who found the technique and learned it. Then, he shared it with us, wanting to see if those techniques were applicable to everyone. Ever since he gave us the conversion technique, he never bothered to share with us another technique. Hormungandr said, we all tried to find out how exactly did he decipher the technique, so we can get more techniques, but no one ever succeed. I see. Felix sighed, that's a shame. It was much worse to have a treasure but no key to open than not having the treasure at all. Now, Felix was going to experience the same discomfort as the rest of the primogenitors. Knowing that he was carrying with him hundreds of techniques that could change his life upside down but unable to figure them out. Asna, you don't know anything about this, right? Felix restored to Asna. Nope. Asna replied lazily. You sure? Felix narrowed his eyes. F***ck off, I am being truthful. Asna flipped him after seeing that he was not believing her. How about you? Felix turned to Mistress Candace. This is the first time I hear about this. Mistress Candace replied. Don't bother yourself. Lady Sphinx chuckled, all paths and methods have been attempted by primogenitors over billions of years but to no avail. Just forget about the other techniques and focus on learning what's in front of you. I know, it just feels bad. Felix sighed. You will get over it soon. Thor chuckled. Let's hope so. Felix asked, how do I learn conversion technique? I believe the sentence is written on your left chest. Hormungandr said. Felix glanced at the inscriptions on his left chest and didn't know what he was looking for. The words appeared just like a bunch of gibberish attached to each other. Seeing his dilemma, Hormungandr gestured for Mistress Candace to get closer. Then, he wrote the sentence in the air and told her to point it out for him. Since Mistress Candace's main consciousness was connected with her wisp that was operating her body, she understood the assignment perfectly. It's this tiny long line. She said as she placed a finger on a sentence that appeared as such. Pooh. Without Felix needing to ask, Hormungandr translated it for him. It means, poison is in all things and all things are in poison. Chapter 756, The Conversion Technique 2. What's that supposed to mean? Felix was baffled. Who knows for sure? Lady Sphinx added, all we know is that the same sentence repeat in every inscription. The only difference is the element. Yep, in my case, it says that lightning is in all things and all things are in lightning. Thor agreed. The creation primogenitor has found out that if you pronounced it successfully, your body will start absorbing the neutral energy around you and transform it into your elemental energy. That's it. Felix said speechlessly. He thought that the technique would be insanely complex and would take him at least a couple of years to master since it was in third stage of manipulation. Who would have known that it would be the same as using a magic spell? Learning the technique is easy, but mastering it? That's a different story. Hormungandr scoffed at his belittling. Just like absorbing elemental energies from objects, every person has his own speed based on his affinity. Thor explained, in the case of the conversion technique, your affinity will be playing a massive role as well. The technique enables you to convert neutral energy to elemental energy, but the speed, the quantity, and the quality are on you. Lady Sphinx further clarified. There is also an advanced level of conversion, where you can convert energy externally. This meant, you can literally create poison abilities from nowhere. Hormungandr added. When Felix heard it like this, it began to make sense why his masters believed that it would take him a while to truly learn this technique effectively. All this talk got me excited to see how it goes. Felix requested eagerly for the pronunciation from Hormungandr. Hormungandr went on and taught Felix how to pronounce the sentence letter by letter, so he wouldn't butcher it. The first time Felix tried to say the sentence, he sounded like a goblin getting chalked. He completely butchered it. The spelling was even worse than the Hive race language. Still, it took Felix a mere 15 minutes of repetition and correction until he finally got it right. The moment he spelled it out, the written sentence on his chest began turning brighter and brighter until it was illuminating akin to a green lamp. It's burning. Felix knitted his eyebrows after sensing heat rising from it. Let it be. It will be over soon. Hormungandr said. Sure enough, the heat dissipated, but the light remained shining brightly. Before Felix could feel worried that it would stay like this forever, Hormungandr asked him to recall his inscriptions. Felix did so and was relieved to see that the sentence had disappeared with the rest. Now what? Felix wondered. Just like bloodline abilities. Think about converting neutral energy into poison energy, and it will happen automatically. Hormungandr informed. Okay. Felix extended his palm forward and began thinking of absorbing neutral energy from it. Whoosh! Just like a magic trick, the wind in the room began rushing towards Felix's palm. It wasn't that noticeable from afar, but Felix could feel a new type of energy coursing through him. It was soft, mild, and warm. Before he could enjoy it more, the energy turned almost instantaneously into his familiar poison energy. 2%, 4%, 10%, 20%, haha, this is crazy. Felix laughed in excitement at the sensation of having his tank being filled without touching a single elemental stone. It was truly a miracle in display, and anyone who saw it would have their jaws dropped in shock. Don't get too excited. Hormungandr said, your absorption speed is still crap and the energy converted is the lowest quality there is. Upon hearing so, Felix realized that he was indeed right. The converted poison energy was the same as the one gotten from low-tier poison stones. Sure, his tank was being filled, but that energy would be used almost immediately to fuel a single ability of his. For example, Asna's purified energy was the best for a simple reason. It enabled Felix to use more abilities due to the energy being compressed to the limit, not taking space at all in his elemental tank. How do I increase it? Felix asked with a serious tone, knowing that he couldn't bring such crap energy to the diamond-ranked games. It would take him hours to fuel a single solid poisonous needle. Practice and affinity. Hormungandr summarized. Since you already increased it to a good level in the past months, you only need to practice doing one thing. Hormungandr paused. Try to absorb neutral energy again, but this time close your eyes and heighten your senses to the limit. When Felix tried doing so, he was astonished to see tiny green particles filling the room. Some of them were rushing through his palm while the majority remained suspended in the area, not bothering to approach him. How is this possible? Felix asked with a curious expression. The moment you learned the conversion technique, your senses were now equipped to feel the little poison particles inside the neutral energy. Thor clarified for him. It might be called conversion technique, but the process was more of a filtration. Lady Sphinx added, neutral energy has particles for every element in the known universe. When you absorb neutral energy, you will filter out the rest of the particles and keep the poison ones. Then, they merge to make poison elemental energy within you. Lady Sphinx's explanation was Felix needed to understand the principle of conversion technique. In fact, he already figured out that his poison affinity role in this was to help him sense more poison particles and focus on attracting them. By increasing his affinity and making sure to practice on daily basis, his body would soon be converting neutral energy into a high-quality poison energy. Sure, it wouldn't be as good as a SNES energy, but he would have an infinite source since neutral energy was literally everywhere besides areas with extreme environments. I believe the same principles applies to the rest of the elements. Felix said. Indeed. Hormungandr nodded. Then, should I head to Master Thor's galaxy now to increase my lightning affinity? Felix mentioned his plan. I can practice on my conversion technique on the way by making a few stops. You are getting ahead of yourself. Hormungandr shook his head. Did you forget already that your lightning inscriptions are sealed? **T. Felix face-palmed. Felix completely forgot that he needed to unseal his lightning inscriptions to increase his affinity properly. How could he increase it when he was unable to use even external manipulation? But if he unsealed it, he would be forced to seal his poison inscriptions and this would ruin his attempts at training the conversion technique. In other words, Felix could forget about focusing on two elements at the same time when the seal was still a thing. How am I supposed to master third stage of manipulation though? No one can truly claim to master third stage of manipulation when they haven't learned even 1% of the written techniques. Hormungandr answered. Hey? So, how am I supposed to remove the seal? Felix was baffled. He was told that the only to remove the seal was by mastering the third stage of manipulation and getting the poison inscriptions under his command. Since the only known technique in third stage of manipulation is conversion, mastering it will be equivalent to mastering the third stage of manipulation. Hormungandr clarified what he said. Now it made sense in Felix's eyes. For more, visit mtnovel.com. When you achieve so, the inscriptions will see if you are deemed worthy to listen to your commands. Hormungandr added. They are alive. Felix was stunned. No, but it is believed that they have a will of their own. Thor replied. Just like bloodlines. Felix recognized the similarities between them and bloodlines. They also rebel when a bloodline with the same rank or lower get merged with them. Those two inscriptions refused to stack on each other and would be in a constant war unless Felix could control one of them. Now that he knew the method to achieve so, he wasn't planning on lazying around, especially when he wasn't going to replace Lord Cow's bloodline anytime soon. Felix had already decided that he wouldn't be replacing it before he reaches at least the 6th Devourer mark. The Void bloodline was already too overpowered to handle his upcoming battles. So, it was better to hold into it while increasing his physical strength as much as possible. If he went and replaced it after reaching the 6th mark, the replacement enhancement would be on a godly level. Might as well go to Fairy's dimensional pocket and remain there until I am in control over my poison inscriptions. Felix made a viable decision. He knew that Thor's galaxy was nearby the Fairy's dimensional pocket. This would enable him to start searching for areas rich with lightning energy the moment he took control over his inscriptions. He wasn't going to the fairy's dimensional pocket for sightseeing but to improve his consciousness lake, which would help him toughen his mental defenses even further. Just like that, he would be taking care of most of his glaring weaknesses and join the diamond-ranked games fully prepared. Chapter 757, The Fairy's Dimensional Pocket. Since you ended up increasing your poison affinity without my help, I will give you a treasure that is desired by the fairy matriarch. Lady Sphinx suddenly offered. Much appreciated. Felix said with an ecstatic tone. Don't thank me, it's what I promised you before. When Felix won the last game and earned 2 monoliths for Lady Sphinx, he was asked for a request as a show of gratitude. Felix requested her help to improve his elemental capacity, but he was shown the conversion technique. She promised that she would help him with increasing his affinity at least, but Felix's speed turned out to be not that bad. So, she decided to cash out his request with this matter. Felix was beyond happy about it. He knew that if you brought a treasure that was desired by the fairy matriarch, she would personally handle fairy dust ritual. If the item was of a true high quality, she would increase the duration of the ritual by additional hours. Felix knew that everyone desired to receive such a treatment, but they could only settle for other fairy dust rituals. Since every person had only one chance in his lifetime to enter the fairy's dimensional pocket, everyone was seeking to make the best of it. That's why, it was common occurrence to hold into the best wish gotten from the games to use it on this ritual. I better purchase my ticket now. Felix grinned while opening the website responsible for making reservations and provide details on the rituals available in the fairy's dimensional pocket. For more, visit mtnovel.com. Just like the witches and dwarves, who sell potions and artifacts, the fairies' main revenue was their fairy dust. The first thing that popped in front of Felix after opening the website was an ad for a new type of fairy dust, that was capable of enhancing visionary senses permanently. Felix removed the holographic ad away and pressed on a tab called Entry Tickets. Immediately, he was met with a long string of colorful tickets with their prices written on the side. / Economy Class Entry Ticket, secures a reservation to obtain a common rated ritual, cost 1 gold wish and 2 million SC. Business Class Entry Ticket, secures a reservation to obtain an elite rated ritual, cost 1 platinum wish and 100 million SC. Premier Class Entry Ticket, secures a reservation to obtain a shaman rated ritual, cost 1 platinum wish from Universal Platform and 1 billion SC. VIP Class Entry Ticket, secures a reservation to obtain a matriarch rated ritual, cost 1 diamond wish from the Universal Platform and 500 billion SC. PS, the tier of the wish affects the duration of the ritual //. From the list it was clear that the fairy's blessings were exclusive to SG players due to requiring a wish as a basic requirement for entry. This was a scheme to force capable fighters into joining the games if they desired to receive a fairy's blessing in their lifetime, either that, or by a wish from a player. It wasn't against the rules to wish for someone else to receive the ritual as long as it was his first time. This was a method abused by authoritative figures, who had no intentions to join the SG platform. The SG Alliance couldn't do anything about it since they already asked too much from the fairies to limit their rituals to only those with wishes. Felix pressed on the third choice, deciding to buy Premier Class Entry Ticket. His wish wasn't rated as a diamond rank since he didn't play against them. Felix didn't want to risk playing against them with his shitty mental defenses. The psychic shield that he was learning from Thor was still not perfected yet. Even if he learned it, it would just create a barrier against mental abilities. The moment it broke, he would be killed instantly. Felix hadn't forgotten what happened in the previous game against Hive Official. After purchasing the ticket successfully, Felix clicked on it and read the date. When he saw that his turn would be in 4 months, he was somewhat satisfied. In his previous life, he had to wait full 2 years for his turn to arrive when he purchased the economy class entry ticket. 4 months was nothing. After securing the ticket, Felix decided to stay on the island for a month or two to practice the conversion technique before setting out in his journey. On another note, he wanted to chill with Olivia and the rest to catch up with them. 2 months later, Felix could be seen chilling inside Mistress Candace's spaceship as they traveled through the void. He had embarked on the journey to the fairy's dimensional pocket a few days ago. In those couple of months, Felix had practiced the conversion technique on daily basis. The results? He was now capable of absorbing neutral energy from every inch of his body and converting it into medium-tier poison energy. It was still not good enough for battle use, but it was good progress. As for Olivia and the rest, Felix made sure to supervise them all in their replacement process to offer help if they needed it. Thankfully, no one messed up and died during the process. Everyone but Noah and Sylvia decided to follow his advice and integrate with only 1%. The other two went for 2% and managed to pull it off even though it was a hellish experience. Because they used such a low percentage, most of them received not a single mutation. The only ones lucky enough to get a useless cosmetic mutation were Noah, Olivia, and Sylvia. In case of Noah and Sylvia, both of them had their hair turn icy blue. Meanwhile, Olivia's eyes turned half brown half green, making her appear quite unique. Now, they just needed to work hard and get blessed with abilities that every human would die to obtain. In a short while, Mistress Candace stopped before a gigantic floating asteroid in the middle of nowhere. If it wasn't for the 100,000 spaceships moving back and forth from it, no one would ever believe that the fairy's dimensional pocket was situated here. "Do you want me to take you to the parking lot?" Mistress Candace asked. "That's too troublesome." Felix waved his hand, "Just put me near the entrance." Mistress Candace did as she was told and teleported to the densest area on the asteroid. Surprisingly, the surface of the asteroid wasn't that bad. There was a magnificent city built on it and was encased within a crystal dome. It seemed like the gravity had been taken care of since everyone was walking normally on the streets. Felix chose a random empty alley and emerged from the void realm. Nemo jumped on top of his head and started licking his ear. "Don't make trouble if you want to come with me." Felix patted Nemo's head as he walked through the crowd. No one paid him any attention since he was wearing a hoodie and a pair of glasses. After a few minutes of walking, Felix reached the center of the plaza. There were multiple queues before a medium-sized spherical milky white ball. It was heavily guarded, making anyone reconsider doing anything idiotic in the queue. Felix walked towards a queue that was the shortest of them all. Before he could queue up, he had to show his entry ticket to one of the operators, patrolling the area. This queue was meant only for those carrying premium class tickets. Sure enough, when he showed it, no one bothered him anymore. In a few minutes, Felix's turn had arrived. A cute blue-skinned fairy with a golden hair flew next to Felix's face and introduced herself. Hi. I am Lele, your personal guide in our beautiful Loftus Dust Kingdom." "Hey there." Felix smiled as he introduced, "I am Felix and I will be under your care." "Shall we begin, Sir Felix?" Lele clapped her hands and forwarded a contract. "Please sign this non-liability agreement." Felix read it swiftly in a few seconds and signed it. He was familiar with this contract as he had signed one in his previous life. It was to limit Felix from causing a scene within the fairy's dimensional pocket. In addition, to give up any right to appeal to Queen AI in case the poo-poo solution caused any permanent damages to his body. The moment Felix signed the contract, he was handed a small transparent box by Lele. Felix took the box and opened it. He found 12 tiny bottles arranged neatly inside. 6 for you and 6 for your pet. Lele warned, "Use them wisely and don't skip around if you want to avoid being penalized." "I know." Felix nodded as he picked 2 bottles. Then, he beamed the box inside his spatial card. "Do you want us to safe-keep your AP bracelet?" The fairy ensured, "The contract you signed gives you immunity for the duration you remain within our kingdom." "No, thank you." Felix rejected politely. Upon hearing so, the fairy gave him some space and watched him with a serious expression. Felix knew that she wouldn't look anywhere else until he drinks the solution. Come Nemo, drink this. Felix opened the bottle and gave it to Nemo. Eee. The moment Nemo smelt a sweet aromatic scent, he didn't hesitate to drink the whole thing in one gulp. Burp. Nemo burped in satisfaction and eyed Felix's bottle with a greedy look. Eee. However, before he could use his killer puppy look to beg him for it, he started feeling fuzzy and dizzy all over. Soon, Nemo's size began to shrink little by little in a noticeable manner. Glad it worked on him too. Felix sighed in relief after seeing that the solution was doing its magic. He wasn't worried at all that Nemo's size had been reduced to a mere 2 centimeters. That's because, the Loftus Dust Kingdom was inside a minimized world. No one was allowed to enter it without having the same size as the fairies. Chapter 758, The Fairies' Dimensional Pocket 2. Layla landed on Felix's shoulder and held Nemo within her arms. He was sleeping peacefully, not knowing that his size was as small as an ant. I hope I won't pass out this time. Felix wished as he drank the poo-poo solution. If the materials used to make the solution were poisonous, Felix would have an immunity to those side effects. In a few seconds, his heartbeats began to accelerate while his head felt as heavy as a boulder. Soon, he was assaulted by a nasty headache, following an irritating dizziness that tried to force Felix into passing out. However, it wasn't enough to push Felix into fainting with all the experience he had under his belt. So, Felix had experienced the minimizing effect personally, allowing him to see himself turning smaller and smaller. A moment later, Felix's was fully covered under his clothes, not being seen at all. His size was barely 20 centimeters. No one reacted to this since it was happening to everyone all around the sphere. *CK, maybe I should have just passed out and let them take care of me. Felix massaged his temples, hoping to get rid of that annoying dizziness. Your mind is finding it difficult to adjust to your new size. Lady Sphinx said, fainting would have been better to give your mind a chance to rewire itself and adapt a little to its new environment. The poo-poo solution was one of the fairy race's miracles as it allowed anyone to get minimized with almost no side effects. However, the adapting process was up to the person himself. In worst cases, there were a few people who were in constant headache due to not getting accustomed to their new sizes. What's done is done, Felix said while beaming his clothes in his AP bracelet. Then, he beamed a minimized outfit made from nanobots and wore it. Since his AP bracelet was made from artificial symbiote skin, it was versatile and able shape-shift as he pleased. Thus, he turned it into a belt around his waist. Oh! You didn't faint! Layla exclaimed in shock after spotting Felix standing on the ground in new clothes. For real? How did he pull it off? For more, visit mtnovel.com. Did he consume something before taking the solution? When the others heard her, they all lowered their heads in surprise and eyed Felix. It wasn't a common occurrence to see someone able to keep his head intact after drinking the solution. If only everyone was as tough as you, we wouldn't have been too busy taking care of them. Layla sighed in displeasure as she flew towards Felix. Seeing that he was all dressed up and ready to go made her even more happy to be his guide. Hold my hand, I will take you to your house. Layla extended her fair hand at Felix and waited for him to grab it. Now that Felix had the same size as Layla, he would be lying if he said that they weren't too attractive for their own good. Just this fairy alone would cause chaos within countries if she ever grew to a regular size. Unlike the witches, the fairies had 2 genders, which meant they were able to have intercourse and enjoy it. Felix knew that some rich and authoritative bastards use a player's wish to gain access to the fairies' kingdom, so they could have their way with 1 or 2. The fairies weren't immune to money, which meant there was a prostitution business alive and kicking within the kingdom. Sir Felix. Layla titled her head cutely after seeing him space out. Oh, sorry about that. Felix shook those thoughts and took her hand. Then, she flew with him towards the sphere without an issue. One of the miracles of the poo-poo solution was reducing the weight of everyone drastically, making them as light as a feather. Soon, the fairy penetrated the white sphere, forcing Felix into closing his eyes to avoid getting dizzy again from crossing dimensions. A few moments later, Felix started feeling a gentle breeze caressing his skin and a touch of sunlight, heating his face. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but feel at peace internally just by the mere scene before him. A waterfall submerged within a forest of blue leaves, making it seem magical. The waterfall was strawberry pink and swishing over the rocks joyfully. It was thundering down into the pool like a gigantic water spout. When it toppled into the ecstasy pool, it foamed it at the bottom. The rest of the pool was as clear as cellophane, enabling Felix to see down into the rocky bottom. Fronds of forest blue plants waved gently in the depths. Just as the scene couldn't get any more magical, he saw a gaggle of geese-looking animals grazing by the bank and quacking as they fooled around it. Yet, the most mysterious thing out of all of this was the size of the waterfall trees, and animals, they were minimized too. An entire tiny world for fairies is hidden in this dimensional pocket. Felix said in admiration, "I don't know if it is man-made or a work of nature. But, it is one of the most beautiful and magical places in the universe." This was one of the reasons why everyone needed to drink the poo-poo solution. This was no place for giants. "Let's go, there are plenty of better scenes to enjoy." The fairy tightened her grip and flew with Felix towards the woods. In a few minutes, they reached a wooden gate that was guarded by two male fairies. "Entry ticket," one of them said sternly. The moment Felix showed it to them, they dropped the stern presence, welcomed him in a heartful manner. "I hope you enjoy your stay in Lagoonwood Town." It might be just a town, but it was bustling with vigorous life that most modern cities lack. Children fairies were giggling as they chased after another. People from different walks of life could be seen exploring the market or chatting with fairies to know more about them. There was absolutely no presence of technology around. The transportation method were hummingbirds operating as taxis. The elevators were wooden platforms controlled by sentinel vines. The houses were built inside the trees while the plaza, marketplace, business district were all on the ground level. Although the trees were also minimized, they were still gigantic enough to turn them into livable houses and take advantage of the spacing between them. "Let's get you settled at your house first." Leila took Felix to the transportation station and picked one of the hummingbirds that were parked on a branch. "Wanna learn driving?" Leila asked as she offered the lead to Felix. "Most definitely." Felix grinned faintly as he held the lead. Then, he jumped on the hummingbird's back. The hummingbirds here were actually not as small as the ones on Earth. They were bigger, had fluffier feathers and a sharp beak. To control a hummingbee. Whoosh! Before the fairy could finish her explanation, Felix already took off on the hummingbird, flying at an unimaginable speed. "Stop! You will crash into someone." Leila's face lost color immediately at the image of crashing into another hummingbird. She brought her A game and chased after Felix. Her speed wasn't to be underestimated at all. In fact, she was faster than a hummingbird when she went all out, allowing her to catch up to Felix in a few seconds. "Drop the lead! Drop the lead! Let it fly on its own!" The fairy shouted at Felix from the side, knowing that the hummingbird taxi would keep obeying Felix's directions regardless of what as long as he was leading him. Felix ignored her and continued enjoying the ride, not fearing for anything. In his previous life, he drove hummingbirds for months until he mastered riding them. Adding the fact that he had perfect vision made it impossible for him to crash into someone else. Is this really his first time here? As he kept weaving through the leaves, branches, and other hummingbirds, the fairy stopped shouting at him and just followed him with a look of disbelief. "Can you lead the way?" Felix asked as he drew nearer. "Ah, you should have followed me from the start. You already missed it." Leila scolded the moment she broke from her daze. "Sorry about that." Felix coughed. Why am I this unlucky to end up always with troublemakers? Layla huffed in annoyance. As a premium ticket payer, Felix had been assigned Layla to be his personal guide and assistant. It might not be the royal treatment that the VIP ticket payers experience, but it was far better than what he went through in his previous life. He was thrown into the town to fend for himself without a single clue on what to do. After a short while, Felix had reached his house. Well, it was somewhat of an apartment inside a hollow tree that was housed by many other apartments stacked on each other. This made the tree resemble a residential skyscraper. Not bad. Felix expressed his satisfaction when he saw that his apartment had 2 rooms, a kitchen, and a restroom. Everything was carved from wood, giving the apartment a basic appearance. Still, Felix wasn't complaining about it since the basic entry tickets payers were forced to live in a single room with other people. Since you decided to keep your AP bracelet, every item that crosses a certain size will be blocked from being beamed in our kingdom. Layla informed as she stood before the door. I know. Felix nodded. You also need to take care of your pet. If he caused any trouble, it will be on you. Layla warned while giving Nemo to Felix. Okay. Felix took Nemo and placed him on the bed. Then, he covered him with sheets made out of blue leaves and left him to sleep in peace. Do you have any other questions? Layla said. Is there a way to meet the fairy matriarch without owning a VIP class entry ticket? Felix wondered. No. Layla replied bluntly, the matriarch is extremely busy and does not meet anyone without a good reason. I see. If you have a treasure that you want to give it to her, you can hand it to me. Layla smiled innocently, I will be giving it to her and check whether she liked it or not. Chapter 759, The Stolen Goods District. I don't have such a thing. Felix shook his head, I just wanted to pay my respects. Aha! Layla narrowed her eyes at him for a second before returning to her chirpy personality. Anyway. You have my contact. Call me if you need a tour or something. Layla winked, I can also arrange some fun times with my sisters if you are interested. How much? Wanna die? Asna said coldly. Cough, not interested. Felix changed his response at the last second after hearing Asna's warning. Your loss. Layla closed the door after saying so. Good thing you didn't give her your treasure, those little vixens are honest thieves. Mistress Candace said. I know, they might seem as beautiful as goddesses, but they are tricksters. Felix nodded with a stern expression. He was already handed the treasure by Lady Sphinx when he was on Earth, now, he just needed to find a way to give it to the matriarch without the other fairies knowing about it. There were many reports on the forums, condemning the fairies for luring in visitors to bring treasures for a chance to receive personal ritual by the matriarch. But in fact, most of those treasures never make it to her. If someone dared to point fingers at a fairy for stealing it, they would be asked to give a proof or else they would be ejected from the kingdom and banned from entering it again. It wasn't that easy to give a proof when most visitors were forced to leave their bracelets under the fairy's care. What's worse, it was almost impossible to cause trouble here. Since everyone had drank the poo-poo solution, they were in a significant weakened state. For more, visit mtnovel.com. Even Felix was currently not in his optimal condition. All in all, the moment one set foot in the Loftus Dust Kingdom, they needed to be on guard against the fairies and their tricks. I still have 2 months before my reservation with the shaman fairy, might as well check out the market. Felix stretched his arms while observing the bustling lively town from his window. Felix wanted to meet the matriarch after he finishes the shaman ritual. He knew that the matriarch would make an exception and give him a second ritual by her if she saw his treasure. However, if he met her first, he would be evicted from the kingdom the moment he gets the ritual even though he already had another reservation in place. After Nemo woke up, Felix placed him on top of his shoulder and exited the apartment. Nemo seemed dazed at the start due to the sudden decrease in size, but he got over it soon after being fed void energy. Although Felix was tiny, he was still capable of opening Void Rift and sustaining it until Nemo had his fill. Some time later, Felix reached the marketplace and began looking around for anything interesting. My dust is capable of increasing fire affinity by 10%. Purchase my ritual for only 80 million coins. Limited offer, the first 3 buyers will be getting an extra 5 minutes in their ritual. I am interested in ritual to increase my water affinity, any fairies available? Most of the sellers were fairies, attempting to get as many clients as possible for their rituals. Felix ignored them and continued looking around. He wasn't interested in those rituals since they were just a waste of a lifetime opportunity. Increasing affinity? Boosting physical strength? Enhancing senses? All of those blessings were obtainable through other means. Meanwhile, strengthening the consciousness lake wasn't that easy. The only methods known either had gruesome side effects like potions or were monopolized by the top 10 races. The fairies' ritual was the only method available to strengthen their consciousness without side effects. Since it was impossible to have 2 rituals by the fairies, one needed to pick the best option lest he regret it forever. After walking for a while, Felix reached the stolen goods district. It wasn't called as such naturally, but Felix knew that almost 80% of the treasures on display were taken from the visitors in hopes to land in the matriarch's hands. This market was his target all along. He understood that fairies prefer liquefying the stolen treasures as fast as possible to avoid getting accused. This meant, they usually don't make a proper research of their treasures before putting them on sale. Is that what I believe it is? Surprised, Felix walked to one of the vendors and started examining her collection with a curious look. "Handsome fella, do you like anything?" The fairy vendor asked with a breathtaking smile. What's the price for this pot?" "I want it as a decoration for my apartment," Felix inquired as he eyed a holographic flower pot. There were 2 white flowers within the pot that kept emitting electricity sparks every so often. Felix recognized those flowers as an A-and-graded natural treasure instantly. It was called Thunder Glaive. It was an extremely rare plant that wasn't registered in Queen AI's database due to going extinct 100 million years ago. Felix recognized it because of his 2 years cramming over Lady Sphinx's books. He was already familiar with billions of unique natural treasures from every known element. His knowledge came straight from Lady Sphinx, who lived for billions of years. "You are the first person I meet, who wants to decorate his apartment with a natural treasure." The fairy vendor giggled over his attempt to lower the price. Before Felix could get worried that the vendor knew about the real worth of Thunder Glaive, she began bullshitting with an honest smile. "This is Lightning Twin, a natural treasure that is graded as C. But, most experts claim that its worth should be at B. It cost 20 million SC on the outside, but for you, I will lower it to 15 million. The fairy stressed, "You can search for it online right this instant. You will see that I am telling the truth." She seems confident, don't tell me she is mistaking the Thunder Glaive for the Flaming Twins. Felix went ahead and checked online, but he found out news only about the Flaming Twins. It was a C-ranked natural treasure that appeared somewhat the same as Thunder Glaive if it wasn't for the coloring being red and the flowers spewing hot flames. Cough, they are of the same species. Since that one is C-ran. Just save it. Felix face-palmed, "I will be taking it." "Really?" Cough, "I mean of course." The fairy hid her excitement like she had just gotten rid of a nuisance. After all, everything here was stolen goods, and they could be recovered at any moment if the original owner brought evidence that he got ripped off. Felix didn't care about her charade and wired her the money after signing a contract to not get cheated. "Do you have a P bracelet with you?" the fairy asked. "Yes, please beam it to me here," Felix requested as he unlocked his spatial card. The fairy nodded in understanding and sent the flower pot straight to his spatial card as blue particles. It had to be done like this since the pot had a regular size and was banned from being beamed in the kingdom. After the transaction was concluded, Felix went to another vendor, feeling like his luck was turning around for the night. He just scored an A and graded natural treasure that was worth at least 70 billion SC or more if it was shown in private auctions. The natural treasure went extinct, but Felix had read about its benefits in ancient times. If the two flowers were digested together, they would increase lightning affinity by at least 60% immediately. Yet, their most efficient use was in potion making. Lady Sphinx had been using this exact natural treasure to concoct potions that weren't even ranked. Though, Felix bought it for a single reason: his stock of natural treasures was about to run out, and he needed to fill it up again. For the next hour or so, Felix walked through the stolen goods district and purchased every natural treasure that was corresponding to his elements. Because this stolen goods district was filled with remarkable treasures meant for the matriarch, he ended up buying tens of natural treasures cheaply. Unfortunately, he wasn't as lucky as the first time. Everything that he purchased was ranked C, B, and only one A-graded natural treasure. I guess this is last vendor to visit, Felix murmured as he walked towards wooden stall that had no customer checking the staff on it. When he got nearer and checked them out, he realized why. What is this broken junk? Felix commentated speechlessly as he eyed hundreds of holographic dark pieces thrown on the stall. Some pieces were as small as a pebble while some pieces were as big as a boulder. At first sight, they looked like a bunch of dark rocks thrown together on a stall. She is really daring to attempt and pull off such a blatant scam. Mjolnir. Chapter 760, Mjolnir. The Hammer of Thunder God. Before Felix could finish his sentence, Thor spat out a mouthful of wine as he stared in shock at the broken junk. Mjolnir, what is that? Felix titled his head in confusion. Are you sure it's your hammer? Hormungandr asked weirdly. I spent billions of years using her, I believe I can identify parts of her by a mere glance. Thor glared at him. It just doesn't look like it. Hormungandr said, how did turn this way? Who knows? Thor said with an annoyed tone, the last time I used her was against you. I knew she will be found, but I didn't care about it. My baby can be used only by those she deemed worthy. Hammer. Are they talking about that colossal silver hammer that smashed my master's head in their battle? Felix deducted on his own from their conversion. Yes. Lady Sphinx nodded, it was Thor's most prized weapon. Hey! She wasn't my weapon. She was my companion. Thor sighed, leaving her behind was one of the hardest decisions I had to make. Was she sentient? Felix raised his eyelids in surprise. She was getting close to gaining consciousness. Thor shook his head, she only needed a few more millions years, but, I couldn't wait that long, I was at my limits. You did your best. Hormungandr smiled bitterly. He was also feeling a bit disheartened since he had a close relation to Mjolnir. After all, the times he fought with Thor were countless. He could never forget the misery that hammer had made him go through. Ever since I noticed that colossal hammer, I always wondered how is it possible for a primogenitor to use an artifact. Felix inquired, is there really artifacts that are good enough to be used by primogenitors? Felix's puzzlement was in place. The primogenitors were so strong it would seem useless to use a weapon. In fact, Felix believed that it would simply hinder them. Artifact. Thor scoffed, never compare my baby with those toys that the dwarves are making. If she is not an artifact, then what is she? Felix asked. She is a divine weapon personally forged by the great metal primogenitor himself. Thor said. A divine weapon. Metal primogenitor. Felix had gotten even more confused. He never thought that there was a primogenitor capable of forging weapons to other primogenitors. Seeing his confusion, Lady Sphinx decided to enrich him a little with her knowledge. The metal primogenitor's hobby was forging items of divine properties. Lady Sphinx paused, he made accessories, weapons, armors, and instruments. His items were desired by primogenitors and were heavily contested whenever he places an item of his for trade. Items desired by even primogenitors. Felix couldn't fathom how astonishing those items' capabilities. He owed me a favor and I decided use it to make Mjolnir. Thor interjected. I remember you told me that you found an exquisite material by chance that is capable of enhancing lightning powers by 5 folds at minimum. Hormungandr chuckled, you said that making Mjolnir will be your winning card against me. Ha, wasn't I right? Thor snickered, I won our last battle because of it. You still died from my poison, so it was a draw. Hormungandr denied. Keep telling yourself that. For more, visit mtnovel.com. If I had a divine weapon as well, the battle would have gone differently. Hormungandr sneered, and you know it. Keep telling yourself that. Stop it. Lady Sphinx glared at them both. The bickering stopped immediately. Where was I? Oh, the metal primogenitors had decided to retire from making divine items due to some unknown reason. Lady Sphinx said, all we know is that he took a liking to the dwarves and decided to pass down a little of his legacy to them. Wait a second. Felix's eyes widened in disbelief, you telling me the dwarves weren't responsible for inventing artifacts too? It was already a shocking truth that the witches were actually taught by Lady Sphinx. Now, even the dwarven art of artifact creation wasn't theirs to claim? Felix began to believe that most utility races invented jack shit. Unlike me, the metal primogenitor had given up on the dwarves. Lady Sphinx mentioned, the instant he found out that none of them were capable of capturing his true art of divine creation, he stopped teaching them. Though, what he has already given them was enough to keep them on their feet and climb to the top of the SG Alliance. But the engravings that were written on Futharks were based on the dwarven language. Felix doubted. That's what they call it now, I guess. Lady Sphinx chuckled, it was the metal primogenitor's own created language, and he called it the Divine Codex. The only race capable of learning it and actually harnessing it were the dwarves due to their innate ability. Thor shook his head, unfortunately, the metal primogenitor is somewhat of a perfectionist. He will rather stop teaching them than continue on and end up with a mediocre result. I see. Felix eyed the broken junk and then peeked at the vendor. She was yawning while focusing in midair, clearly watching something on an invisible hologram. She didn't even notice that Felix was standing here for a while now. If I bought it, can he repair it? Felix wondered. As I said, he has retired from forging and isolated himself. Lady Sphinx shook her head, many other primogenitors have begged him and offered him treasures in hopes of recruiting his services, but to no avail. I can still try. Felix wasn't discouraged one bit. Before him stood a divine weapon that was able to enhance Thor's lightning by 5 folds. Since Thor's lightning was already potent enough to fry Felix with a single electrical arc, he couldn't grasp what a 5-fold increase meant. There was no way he would be leaving such a weapon here even though it appeared like a broken junk. Hello there, may I know what you are selling? Felix greeted. The fairy glanced at him with a bored expression and answered, I don't know. Hey. Felix was left at loss for words at her response. He was expecting a barrage of bullshit spewing from her mouth to convince him into buying it. Someone traded it with me for a free rent in my house. The fairy shrugged her shoulders, he said that he found out in an ancient ruins within Zephyri Galaxy. That's Thor's galaxy? Felix asked, may I know the name of the ruins? He didn't tell. The fairy said. I see. Are you interested in buying it? The fairy offered lazily, you can take it with just 1,000,000 SC. 500 SC. Felix bargained, I want it because I am curious about its origins. But I am not a fool to get it with 1,000,000. Felix didn't want to seem desperate to buy it lest he raise suspicion. The last thing he wanted was the fairy realizing that the broken junk actually worth a lot. Whatever, deal. The fairy waved her hand carelessly. Upon seeing so, Felix paid for the broken hammer and had it beamed in his AP bracelet. Then, he walked away, heading back to his apartment. When he reached his apartment, he opened his AP inventory and examined all the broken pieces of the hammer. He kept scrolling through his inventory until he found the smallest one of them. He beamed it above his bed and began inspecting it up close. If I recalled correctly, its color should be silver. Felix wondered as he touched the pitch-black surface of the piece. Yes. Thor nodded. It seems like she has experienced severe burn marks. Even the Divine Codex engraving can't be seen anymore. I wonder what caused it such a horrible damage. Asna titled her head in puzzlement. I doubt you will use a material that is weak to elements as your main weapon. Indeed, the material I have given to the metal primogenitor has been mixed with 3 other remarkable substances. Thor shared. One is capable of changing the state of the item, allowing it to shrink and enlarge freely. Another one provided extreme resistance to most elements in the universe. The last one ensured that it is solid enough to never break. She was one of the metal primogenitor's most prized divine weapon, and he took great pride in making her. Thor coughed. He will most definitely beat you up if you brought it to him in such a condition. Why me? Felix felt wronged at the situation. Now, he started doubting whether it was a good idea to meet the metal primogenitor and ask him to repair the hammer. Before you even have that thought, you should check if you are having all the pieces. Lady Sphinx informed. Even if he agreed to help you out by some miracle, you need to hand over every little piece. She is right. Thor supported. If you are missing just a tiny piece, the hammer will never be restored. Upon hearing so, Felix felt like he was going to be disappointed soon. Queen, please attach all of those broken pieces into each other to make a hammer. Felix requested while holding his breaths. The Queen began the process of arranging the pieces and Felix watched her work as a 3D hologram. Felix thought that it would take her a few seconds at best to finish merging all the pieces in their rightful places. Alas, minutes went by, and the pieces kept attaching and detaching at the speed of light. Felix's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when 10 minutes went by without an end result. Before he could comment, Queen AI stopped her work and apologized. I am sorry, Sir Felix. But, not a single piece is matching with another. Chapter 761, Mjolnir. The Hammer of the Thunder God. 2. How? That doesn't make any sense. Felix was truly startled by her response. My calculation leads to believe that those pieces are just a tiny part of a much larger object. Queen AI offered her opinion. Oh no. Oh, no. Please no. Without wasting his time, Felix picked Nemo and left his apartment with a panicked expression. He intended to return to the cellar. He realized a horrifying fact that he refused to acknowledge. He already asked the seller about the ancient ruins and came empty-handed. However, he didn't ask her about the person who had the hammer before. He kept this question at the time, not wanting to jeopardize his purchase. In a few minutes, he reached the stolen goods district. He walked to the seller vendor and saw that she was still sitting there, staring into the void. Though, this time she had another item on her stall. Hello again. Felix smiled politely. No refunds. The fairy gave him a side glance before returning to watching her show. I am not here for that. Felix wired a few thousands coins to her and said, I want to know everything you have about the owner of those pieces. Add 2 zeros and I might be interested in telling you. She said calmly. Felix paid the amount instantly, not wanting to waste more time than necessary over this. He already secured the hammer and there was no reason to keep the act any further about his interest. Seeing that he wired her 200,000 coins, the fairy dropped her show and gave him her full attention. His name is Logan Carmen. He entered the kingdom last month with an economy class ticket. The moment he entered the market, he traded those pieces with me for a free rent in my apartment. The fairy yawned. He left the kingdom yesterday after getting his ritual done. He already left. Felix's expression turned bad instantly. He knew that if he wanted to catch up to him, he needed to leave immediately. But, he couldn't do so when he still hadn't received the rituals here. In addition, the poo-poo solution was still in effect and couldn't be removed manually. It would take at least a month before his size began to regrow again. That's why most people enter the kingdom a few months earlier than their reservation. They could take advantage of the whole experience before getting kicked out forever. Thanks. Felix nodded at the fairy and left. He knew that she didn't lie to him since the fairies find it adhesive to tell lies for no reason. They only use white lies to support their trickery. There was no need to trick Felix when he already paid for the information. Most importantly, he had a lie detector in his mind. Should I go after him? Mistress Candace said. No, Felix shook his head, I am too weak at this moment. I need you by my side until I leave the kingdom. Felix had entered the kingdom using his real name since he had no plans to waste another wish to get a temporary identity. Although he was able to enter the Void Realm as he pleased, he would feel more safe with Mistress Candace being around. After all, Felix didn't forget that there were thousands of unique void creatures on the loose. God knows what they had in mind when they saw Felix's void army. Let's do a quick search on him first. He might have his contact information online. Having his name was enough to learn many things from the man in the network. After a quick search, Felix had gotten more than he needed. First, Mr. Logan is an SG player of the Marine Race Platform branch. He is in gold rank and his win history wasn't that remarkable. He resembled Felix in his previous life greatly. Both were struggling losers, who couldn't push past the gold rank. He was also part of a mediocre fisherman clan in Thor's galaxy. This explained what he was doing in those ruins. He must have taken a mandatory mission to explore it just like Felix did in his previous life. The more Felix read, the more his image kept overlapping with this Logan. He didn't know if he should feel happy or sad about it. Because the old Felix was just an ordinary loser, who was struggling to prove himself, but luck was never in his favor. This entailed that Mr. Logan wasn't a threat at all and would probably talk to him if he was offered a substantial fee. Let's see what he has to say. Felix copied the contact details from Logan's SG profile and called him. After a few rings, the call went through. Hello. A rough crankly voice resounded from the bracelet. Hello there, Mr. Logan. Felix responded politely, My name is Felix and I have just purchased the broken pieces that you have traded in the Loftus Dust Kingdom. Oh, so you have been cheated into buying it and want to return it to me or something? Mr. Logan got defensive at the thought. On the contrary. Felix eased his mind, I would like to know where I can get more of them. Before Mr. Logan could speak, Felix offered on his own, Naturally, your assistance will not be free. I don't know why you want such a useless and heavy rocks, but I can't say no to free money. Mr. Logan's entire demeanor changed at the thought of earning some side cash. Before we start, I hope we can sign a contract to ensure that everyone gets what he wants smoothly. Felix said. Couldn't agree more. Mr. Logan chuckled. After they signed the contract and agreed on the payment, Mr. Logan didn't hold back at all. He told Felix about the ruins and the journey he experienced inside with his clan members. The only thing that he didn't give him was the location of the ruins since he was bound by the clan's rules to keep it a secret. Felix already knew about this and wasn't that bothered. He kept asking him if any other clan mates of his picked up those pieces. They were lying everywhere inside the ruins. Since our harvest wasn't that worthy to mention, most of the team has picked up a few of those rocks. Mr. Logan said. What do you mean by lying everywhere? Felix gulped as he asked, knowing that he wasn't going to like the answer one bit. The entire ruins are literally filled with those black rocks. Hell, I believe that the entire ruins is made from the same material and the pieces we picked up fell from it. Mr. Logan said carelessly, when we were in the sky above the Black Mountain, its hammer-like shape attracted us and made us believe that it was ruins or something. But, in reality, it was just a wonder of nature. Dear Lord! Felix's legs went soft immediately. He already figured out what happened, and his conclusion made him want to tear up a bit. The fisherman clan members had entered Mjolnir in its enlarged cosmic form without them realizing it. They just thought that it was a cave leading to ruins or something, since it would have appeared strange for a giant black mountain to be placed in a deserted planet. When the clan members didn't find any treasures within the ruins, they picked up the fallen pieces of the cosmic hammer, believing that the material must fetch at least something. This entailed that Felix needed not just to secure the original body of the hammer lying somewhere in Thor's galaxy, but also hunt every clan member for the pieces. The best scenario, they hadn't sold them yet. The worst scenario, they had been sold to another individual who realized the value of the hammer material. In fact, he believed that the fisherman clan might have realized the value of the materials and intended to mine it. If it wasn't for so, why still keep the location of the ruins a secret instead of turning into a tourist spot to gain some coins on the side? FCK, FCK, F***CK. Everything is going to shit. Felix thought that he was missing a few pieces, but who would have known that he wasn't in hold of even 0.001% of the original hammer? Still, Felix wasn't going to give up on it. This was a divine weapon after all, and also Thor's companion. If he managed to repair it, its consciousness might be restored as well. Who knows, Thor might not want to return to the embrace of death at the end of his journey due to Mjolnir. Is that all? Mr. Logan inquired after hearing nothing from Felix for a while. Can you give me the name of your clan and your teammates who took some pieces? Felix took a deep breath as he asked. My clan's name is Mendonis. Mr. Logan apologized. Sorry, I can't give you my teammates' names without their consent. It's all right. Felix said, just tell them that I am interested buyer in their pieces and will be paying handsomely for them. Will do. Mr. Logan. Thank you for everything and goodbye. Felix hung up the call and sat on the bed with heavy expression. Felix knew that recovering every single piece for the hammer was going to be a daunting task, especially when they had been spread out for months now. Mr. Logan had told him that the exploration had taken part of 5 months ago. This was a decent period for the pieces to travel from tens of hands. Who knows? Some of them might even be in a different galaxy. Kid, just give up on the thought and focus on what matters. Thor smiled. I know what you are trying to do, and I appreciate the thought, but I preferred more if you used your time to train instead of wasting it on a rewardless chase. Don't worry, I won't be wasting my time on this. Felix opened his contacts as he said, what's the point of having subordinates if you are not going to use them? Chapter 762, The Shaman Ritual. Felix reached out to Malik and informed her about the situation. Naturally, he left out the part that the black pieces were part of a divine weapon. He simply told her that he was interested in gathering those black stones for the organization. Do you want us to move in person or just by UVR? Malik asked, knowing that Robert's safety would be challenged if she left. Finding them from the UVR is enough. Felix said. All right. Malik promised, we do our best to gather them. Felix thanked her and hung up. After he leaves the kingdom, he intended to pay a special visit to the Mendonis clan to seek an answer for the ruins position. Malik and the rest of his squad would be responsible for hunting the rest of the pieces that were taken during the exploration. But for now, he needed to restart his conversion techniques practice. Just because he was minimized, it didn't mean that he couldn't practice the technique. The Loftus Dust Kingdom was significantly rich with neutral energy. For the next 2 months in the kingdom, Felix visited the stolen goods market every day to buy any new additions of natural treasures. His harvest wasn't as bountiful as the first time, but it was still worth the daily trip. On the other hand, his conversion technique mastery was getting better and better. Felix believed that he would be more than ready to join the Supremacy Games again when he deals with the rituals. As for the hunt for Mjolnir's pieces, Malik and his squad didn't disappoint him. They had managed to figure out the exploration's team members. This enabled them to purchase many of the taken pieces from their hands. As for the ones that had been sold, they were following the traces at this moment. In the past few days, Felix didn't ask them for updates due to his ritual reservation drawing close. He knew that he needed to be fully prepared mentally for the ritual if he wanted to get as much as possible from it. "Sir Felix, are you ready for your appointment?" Layla knocked on Felix's door. "Let's go." Felix emerged from the door with a serious expression. "We have to get moving now." Layla handed the lead to a hummingbird and rushed him. Elder Solola doesn't like being left waiting. Since Felix was going to experience a shaman-level ritual, it meant that he needed to head to the kingdom's capital. Fortunately, the capital was nearby the town. It took a mere few minutes before reaching its glorious gates. Just like the town, the capital city was also built within a forest and had the same structural integrity. The only difference was the population and numbers of houses within the trees being significantly higher. Felix had paid the capital a visit many times over the past 2 months. Majority of the newest stuff that he bought were from the capital's market. Soon, they reached Shaman Solola's mansion. It was built on the ground with dead dried woods and was covered beautifully with bluish vines and moss. Layla and Felix entered the mansion through the unguarded and open gate. When they walked past the garden, they noticed a fairly old woman, who was wearing baggy white clothes. "Good morning, Elder." Layla saluted respectfully. Felix did the same. "Sit here." Shaman Solola ordered in a straightforward manner. Without questions asked, Felix went to the spot that she was pointing at and sat down in a lotus position. "Are you certain about your choice?" Shaman Solola asked for a confirmation with her eyes closed. "Yes." Upon receiving his confirmation, Shaman Solola stood up and took off the baggy clothes, exposing a pair of graceful wings that were shimmering under the sunlight. One would think that with old age, the wings would look dim, weak, and outright ugly. But in the case of the fairies, it was the opposite. The fairies' wings were their source of pride and dust. The older they got, the more stunning they become. Most importantly, the fairy dust that gets generated by their wings gets affected by their age too. It was like wine, the older it gets, the finer it gets. That's why shaman rituals were the most precious ones in the kingdom besides the matriarchs. "Just like everyone else, you will get half an hour." Shaman Solola advised as she flew above Felix's head, "Make sure to take advantage of every second of it." "I understand." Felix nodded while changing his clothes into single shorts. "Let's begin." Shaman Solola took a deep breath and began accelerating while flying in circles above Felix. She was moving so fast, the wind began picking up around Felix, creating a small visible tornado. Felix's hair began to flail all over the place, but he didn't care about them. He kept his eyes closed shut and fully concentrated on what about to come next. When Shaman Solola reached her maximum speed, her magnificent wings began brightening up with a golden luster. Then, a breathtaking scene emerged. Little sparkles of golden light began showering Felix from within the small tornado. The volume kept increasing until the tornado turned golden and hid Felix completely, making him seem like he was inside a golden ring. Meanwhile, Felix's body was being barraged by Shaman Solola's golden fairy dust. They kept landing on his skin with such a high speed, it looked like they were trying to penetrate it. In fact, that's precisely what they were trying to do, and Felix was doing his very best to facilitate the process. He wanted the fairy dust to enter his body since that's how the ritual worked. The fairy needed to fly at her fastest speed to activate them and start expelling them. He had to capture as much as possible within him for the next half an hour. The entire end result depended solely on him. Unbeknownst to the fairies, Felix had a unique mutation that was capable of assisting him heavily in the ritual. The lightning absorbers. No one was capable of noticing them when he had them closed, but the instant he opens them, his skin looked like it was poked by millions of needles. "Oh, what a lucky fella." Shaman Solola noticed his skin condition and knew that he was going to get the best out of this ritual. Just like she thought, after the 30 minutes ended, most of the fairy dust had been completely stored within his body. How is this possible? Layla exclaimed in disbelief as she looked at the ground around Felix. It was almost spotless. She had taken parts of many rituals due to being a guide. In all the rituals she had participated in, the ground was always covered in fairy dust. It always pained her to see so much fairy dust get wasted like this, but nothing could be done. The fairy dust needed to be activated in the ritual and couldn't sustain itself for even a few seconds after being exposed to the environment. This entailed that it couldn't be stored at all. How can you absorb so much? Layla flew next to Felix's face as she asked with a rushed tone, "Is there a secret? Tell me please." Layla understood that if Felix had used a teachable method, it would be a massive upgrade to the fairies' ritual. They would be able to lower the time allowed in rituals, which in turn would get them more clients. "Sorry to disappoint you. It's a unique mutation," Felix answered while opening and closing his lightning absorbers. "I see." Layla's plan fell apart before it could take off. "You little brat, help me out here a little." While she was wallowing at a missed opportunity, Shaman Solola was having difficulty standing straight. "Sorry elder." Layla flew frantically to the shaman and gave her a shoulder to lean on. Felix went forward and helped her to return to her seat. She seemed frail and weak, like she has just given up on a few years of her life. In a sense, that's precisely what she did. Fairy dust gets created from longevity, that's why older fairies had the best quality of fairy dust. Since fairies could live up to thousands of years, all of them fasten their growth by creating the fairy dust, especially when the profit of an older fairy dust was incomparable to the others. Just look at the entry tickets. Felix paid 1 billion SC for his ticket and to receive a shaman ritual. It would take 10 rituals of an valued grade or 1,000 rituals of a common grade to earn the same amount. Hence, the youthful fairies work extra hard to attract as much client as possible at the start of their business to enrich their fairy dust. The only consequence was growing older, but most fairies wouldn't realize how foolish their decision was until very end of the line. In fact, even if they realized it, nothing much could be changed. Felix knew that shaman fairies were bound by the alliance to conduct rituals on a monthly basis. On the other hand, the matriarch needed to do it on a yearly basis. The rest of the fairies were free to do whatever they wanted as long as they never conduct a second ritual to the same person. The fairies were weak and needed protection dearly from the SG Alliance. During the Dark Ages, they went almost extinct due to getting hunted for their fairy dust. There were hundreds of pockets dimensions like those all over the universe. Now, only one remained behind. This meant, the fairies had to make such compromise if they wanted to continue living free of worry. There was no free lunch in this universe. Chapter 763, Meeting the Matriarch. After the ritual was done, Felix was escorted outside the mansion by Layla. "You can remain in the kingdom for another day," Layla warned cutely with her fist tightened. "Don't overstay your welcome. Otherwise, it will get physical." All right, just don't beat me up." Felix chuckled in amusement. Now that Felix's ritual had been concluded, he was bound by contract to leave the kingdom the day after. But, Felix wasn't planning on leaving yet. He still hadn't contacted the matriarch to showcase his treasure. In the past 2 months, he wasn't lazing around. He tried different ways to contact her that didn't involve shouting out his identity or exposing his treasure. None of them worked. "I guess I am left with only one option." Felix sighed while clicking Queen Allura's contact. He knew that if he asked from his senior sister to set up a meeting with the matriarch, she would make it work instantly. After all, she was one of the 10 rulers of the SG Alliance and the witch race was in an amicable state with the fairies. Felix didn't resort to her sooner because he preferred not to annoy her with requests every time he got stuck. He knew that Queen Allura wouldn't mind, and in fact, she encouraged him to seek her out most of the time, but Felix was still not comfortable with it. Sir Felix. Don't leave yet." Just as Felix wanted to contacted Queen Allura, Layla approached him from the back with a peculiar expression. What's the matter?" Felix asked. You have been summoned by the matriarch at this instant? Leila expressed with a curious expression. Hey? You are kidding, right? Felix was left at loss for words. We never joke about the matriarch. Leila held his hand and flew with him with an excited expression. Let's go already. It's been a long time since I met the matriarch personally. While Felix was flapping by the air like a kite, his thoughts were thrown into disarray by this random summoning. Did the matriarch notice my attempts to reach out to her and decided to summon me? Felix thought. Maybe she found out about your identity. Asna mentioned, other fairies aren't really that connected with the real universe news, but the matriarch is a different story. You might be right. Felix nodded. If this was reason, then Felix was being summoned for a matter related to his void army. Still, he wasn't worried or anything. The matriarch couldn't harm him when his spiritual pressure was capable of blowing her into pieces. After a short while, Felix had reached the largest tree in the forest. It was situated at the northern edge of the capital. Unlike the rest of the blue forest, this tree was green and resembled an oak tree greatly. Leila flew with Felix towards one of its many guarded branches. The moment they landed, they were asked for identification. When it went through, they were allowed to continue on their journey. The guards were informed about all incoming visitors by the matriarch. Some time later, Leila and Felix reached the tree's trunk. Before them stood a wide-open dark hole that was guarded too. This time, they just passed through the guards and began descending on a wooden staircase carved from the tree. After walking for a while, they finally made it to the bottom of the staircase. It was connected with a long well-lighted corridor. Be respectful, the matriarch is in the other side. Leila whispered at Felix while walking with a hastened steps. She is really eager. Felix chuckled and caught up to her. Soon, they reached a closed-shut gate. I have brought him, matriarch. Leila coughed as he knocked on the door lightly. Leila, stay outside. A delicate peaceful voice responded to them. Felix pushed the gate open and stepped inside a cozy small room that resembled cottages in winter. Felix ignored the simplistic decor of the room and eyed a gorgeous mature tan-skinned lady that was sitting next to the fireplace. She had a wavy long caramel brown hair and a few tattoos on her exposed shoulders and arms. She wore a traditional outfit made from leather and plants. Yet, this didn't take away her charm at all. Felix already saw pictures of the matriarch, so he wasn't surprised by her breathtaking appearance even though she was the oldest fairy in the kingdom. How was she able to maintain her beauty? He honestly didn't give a crap. I appreciate the invitation, ma'am. Felix bowed his head respectfully. No need for formalities. The matriarch smiled charmingly as she offered, please sit, a friend of my sister Allura is a friend of mine. Queen Allura told you about me. Felix was startled. Indeed. The matriarch nodded, she reached out to me 2 years ago and requested that I take care of you in case you decided to visit the kingdom. I see. Felix didn't know what to say. He felt embarrassed by asking Queen Allura small favors, but it seemed like he didn't even need to do so. The moment Queen Allura knew that he was her little junior, she already started looking out for him by reaching out to her friends. She never informed him of such things, but she always had her eyes on him. It was truly a strange feeling for Felix to have someone looking out for him without his knowledge. Anyhow, I have waited until you have finished with your shaman ritual before we can start ours. The matriarch smiled. It looked like the matriarch didn't want to ruin Felix's plan of getting 2 rituals. I am truly grateful for your good intentions, but I won't feel at ease if I received your ritual without anything in return. Felix beamed a small vial that was filled with a single white drop and handed it to her. This is my gift, please accept it. You really didn't have to bother yourself. The matriarch took the vial with a carefree expression. In her eyes, his gift was to show his good intentions, and it would be just disrespectful not to accept it. However, when he took a closer look at it, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This can't be right. Such a treasure has gone extinct hundreds millions years ago. Agitated, the matriarch opened the vial and took a deep breath. The moment she smelled a peculiar scent of fresh flowers blooming mixed with oceanic salt water, her hands couldn't help but shake a little, causing her to almost drop the vial. A tear of the nature goddess. In utter disbelief, she murmured while glancing at the vial and then at Felix. I didn't expect the tear will be this important to her. Felix had been told by Lady Sphinx that the fairies dreamed of two things: complete liberation and a tear of the nature goddess. All of them dreamed of having the tear for a single reason: when consumed by a fairy, their longevity gets extended to by at least 100,000 years if not more. It was already established that longevity was connected with their fairy dust quality. Imagine a ritual held by a fairy that was 100,000 years old. Alas, the tear of the nature goddess had gone extinct for a very long time. Now, it was simply a myth in the kingdom. Do you like it? Felix smiled. Like it? The matriarch rushed at Felix with reddened eyes and hugged him tightly. Thank you. You have no idea what your gift means to me. She whispered in his ears while trying her best to hold her tears. Felix had no idea what to do besides pat her in the back awkwardly. He gave the tear because he thought that it would strike a real friendship between them instead of having his senior sister owe a favor due to him. But, he never expected such an intense reaction. He knew that there was a story here. I am truly sorry for showing such an unsightly behavior. In a few moments, the matriarch wiped her tears and returned to her seat. She closed the lid on the vial and beamed it in her spatial card, fearing that something might happen to it. I am just glad that you loved it. Felix smiled politely. The matriarch eyed Felix with a lovable expression like she was staring at her Prince Charming. Before Felix could get the wrong idea, she smiled. When Sister Allura told me to take care of you, she also mentioned that I will never regret it. Now, I am already not regretting this meeting before even the ritual. The matriarch suddenly stood up and requested, give me a few days until I absorb the tear of the nature goddess. Of course. Felix nodded. I will call you back when I am done. The matriarch took him to the gate. Before Felix walked out of the room, she assured him with a serious expression, you will be receiving the greatest ritual that was known in the history of fairies. Chapter 764, The Longest Ritual in the History. Back in the apartment. I am glad she went for it without me brining it up. Felix smiled in satisfaction as he sat on his bed. Felix was already told by Lady Sphinx that the tear of the nature goddess was also capable of enhancing the fairy dust quality. This entailed that if the matriarch absorbed it before she conducted his ritual, he would benefit immensely from it. Felix had to give the tear to the matriarch regardless of what. After all, he already had been given the treasure by Lady Sphinx, and he couldn't just return it when Queen Allura used a favor of hers to set him up. Since the tear of the goddess was useful to only the fairies, he had no reason to keep it on him or sell it for profit. Thankfully, it all worked out just fine. By the way, how is my consciousness space? Felix asked, is it expanding noticeably? You can say so. Asna smiled in contentment as she watched the soul barrier being encased in a golden hue. This golden hue belonged to the fairy dust as it was nourishing Felix's soul barrier, allowing it to expand further and further. Since Felix had received a substantial amount in his last ritual, Lady Sphinx had calculated that his consciousness space would double at least. This entailed that his mental defenses would be much tougher and his mental capacity would be enlarged. Still, the real ritual had yet to arrive. This was just the appetizer. 5 days later, Felix was called by the matriarch to pay her a visit. This time, he went alone since Leila had been hired as a guide for another visitor. Felix had already expanded his visa in the kingdom and now was remaining here as an illegal tourist. Without the matriarch having his back, he would have been in a serious trouble. When he reached the magnificent green oak tree, he found out that the matriarch was waiting for him before the first gate. Felix spotted the difference in her almost immediately. She was still mature, but now she was glowing radiantly like she was given a new lease of life. Yet, what attracted Felix's attention more were her pair of wings. They were just absolutely stunning. Shaman Solola's wings couldn't hold a candle against them. The guards eyed Felix weirdly, wondering about his identity. They knew that no one besides the 10 rulers were worthy to make the matriarch greet them at the gate. "Let's go to the ritual platform." The matriarch held Felix's hand and flew with him towards another branch. When they landed, Felix noticed a circular white wooden platform that was unguarded. The matriarch placed Felix in the center of it and clarified her reason for delaying the ritual. "The tear of the nature goddess can enhance my dust quality. For the past few days, I have absorbed successfully and also conducted a few rituals to enhance it more. You really didn't have to waste your longevity like that." Felix was left at loss for words. Now that the matriarch had gained plenty of years to her longevity, she could go a bit wild with her rituals. Still, Felix didn't expect that she would do a couple of rituals before his own just to enhance her fairy dust quality by a little. "Nonsense, without your gift, I wouldn't have anything to waste." The matriarch patted his shoulder and then pushed him down to get seated. "Now get in position and stop asking questions." The matriarch flattered her wings rapidly and took off above Felix. When Felix was fully prepared, the matriarch began ritual. It was the exact same as the one with Shaman Solola. The only difference was the duration. The matriarch ritual had lasted for more than 10 hours. The longest ever recorded ritual had lasted for a mere 6 hours, and it was done for the son of an elder dragon. As for the rest of individuals who purchased the matriarch's ritual, they had a mere 15 minutes with her. 10 hours was such a long duration even Felix believed that it was excessive and tried to stop the ritual on many occasions. However, every time he went for it, the matriarch had assured him that she could handle this much after absorbing the tear of the nature goddess. When the ritual finally concluded, the first thing Felix did was check on the matriarch's health. As he expected, he found her unable to even lift a finger. She was utterly spent. "I hope you are satisfied with my payment. I'm well aware that it is still not as valuable as the tear, but I will be at your service whenever you need it." The matriarch smiled faintly before finally giving in to her exhaustion. "Ah, I would have been delighted with just a few hours." Felix sighed in frustration as he lifted the matriarch. He never wanted her to be this excessive. Only now did he understand why she was confident in her claim that he would be given the best ritual in the history. There was no way the matriarch was going to conduct another ritual that lasted for 10 hours again. It seems like the matriarch really was grateful for the tear. Asna wondered, she might have problems that can be solved only with time, and you just gave it to her. If that was the case, then the matriarch's behavior could be explained. After taking the matriarch back to her cozy room, Felix returned to his apartment. He knew that it would take the matriarch a while to wake up. "Felix, you better come here and check this," Asna said. Felix entered the consciousness space immediately. The moment he opened his eyes, he was left stunned by his soul barrier walls shimmering brightly. Yet, the shocking part was the fact that they were expanding rapidly while the consciousness lack continued to go up. Felix believed if the expansion continued on this pace, his consciousness space would have one of the largest oceans in the universe without counting spiritual-based races. His mental defenses would be more than enough to defend against even official B's mental abilities. As for his mental attacks, they would be extremely dangerous and hard to block, providing Felix a valuable addition to his arsenal. Lastly, Felix believed that he probably could now use the third level of his truth vision, spiritual vision. "Well, with this, you won't be complaining about mental defenses anytime soon." Asna chuckled. "And you won't be complaining about space." Felix smiled. Felix's journey to the Loftus Dust Kingdom could be considered as concluded perfectly if we didn't count the matriarch's current state. Now, he had completely taken care of one of his deadliest weaknesses, and he wouldn't be bothered by it for a very long time. A few days later, Felix had been summoned yet again to the matriarch's place the moment she woke up. She had exhausted at least a couple of centuries in her longevity to provide Felix with that ritual. "How are you feeling?" Felix asked with a worried tone. "Never better." The matriarch stretched next to him comfortably, considering him as a close friend. "If senior sister heard about the trouble I caused you, she will beat me up." Felix chuckled. "Haha, I can imagine it happening. Sister Allura can get physical easily." The matriarch laughed for a short while. "I called you here not to discuss the ritual." The matriarch's expression turned a bit solemn. "I'm aware that you will be leaving after this meeting. I wanted to warn you to be careful." "Careful about what?" Felix knitted his eyebrows. "Your name has already been registered as an extreme dangerous individual to be watched for in every planet within the Alliance." The matriarch shared, "The moment you entered the kingdom, I was notified by the Queen. Instead of sharing the intel like we have been told, I covered it and made sure that no one bothers you during those 2 months." No wonder. When Felix entered the kingdom, he assumed that he might be recognized by the guards at least. After all, his face and information was all over the network over the past few months due to his Void Army making an unforgettable scene. Only now did he understand that the matriarch was shielding him against the prying eyes of everyone. How exactly? He didn't know, but he was truly grateful for the 2 months of peacefulness. "Matriarch, I can't express how gra. Save it." The matriarch caught him off. "I just want you to understand that you will be watched carefully in every planet you step in. So, make sure to always be on alert." The matriarch warned, "I know your Void Army and abilities are too strong, but there are many races capable of taking care of you before you resort to them." "I understand." Felix nodded with a stern expression. He knew that she was right. Just because he had Mistress Candace and 90 million void creatures backing him up, it didn't mean that he was completely unkillable. There were many hidden figures, who were interested in his secrets and weren't scared at all by his deterrence. If he kept exposing his location without having his guard up, he would pay the price heavily. Chapter 765, Spinning the Wheel. 3 months later. Felix had left the Loftus Dust Kingdom after being warned by the matriarch. Now, he was traveling through the matter universe towards Thor's galaxy. In the past months, he focused only on learning his conversion technique. Since he was practicing in the real world, his improvement was noteworthy. Now, he was capable of converting neutral energy into high-tiered poison energy. The best part, he was capable of filling up his entire elemental tank in less than 20 seconds. There was still plenty of room to improve, but Felix decided that it was time to make a comeback to the SG platform. He was getting rusty over the years without fights on equal terms. Felix was more worried of losing his sharpness than not being over-prepared. Felix sat down in his usual spot in the living room. He brought out the hologram with the green button. Just as he tried to press it, Asna came rushing from upstairs. "Wait, you prick. Let me press it this time. F***ck." She woke up. Felix's eyelids twitched as he watched her approaching him in her furry pajamas with a disgruntled expression. "Bastard, you woke up at dawn to do it without me." Asna punched him in his waist as she sat next to him. "I don't trust your luck," Felix said with an annoyed expression. "You must be carrying a mountain of bad karma. I will be a fool to let you click it." Asna had been killing anyone who entered her prison left and right, trying to find the most compatible soul to hers. Felix might not be superstitious, but when it came to the wheel of games, he turned into a religious person, who believes in karma, gods, and anything that might affect his pick result. "How can you say that to me?" Asna's eyes reddened a bit. That was self-defense. With her cute furry pajamas and breathtaking beauty, the image of her tearing up would make anyone try to please her. Alas, this was Felix. "Stop the water play." Felix pushed her face away in annoyance. "You overused it." "Tisk, why do you need to be such an ass?" Asna pouted while crossing her arms next to him. Seeing that she was getting upset, Felix decided to compromise a little. Fine, you do the format, I spin the game's wheel. Hee hee. Gimme gimme. Asna rubbed her hands in eagerness. Felix pushed the hologram to her and watched her finger approaching the green button with held breaths. Click. The colorful wheel emerged and started spinning rapidly as always. Felix allowed Asna to decide when to stop it. So, they kept staring at it spinning and spinning until Asna finally yelled, "Stop it!" Ting ting ting, ting. Congratulations on picking battle format. Hat, how dare you insult my luck? Asna snickered arrogantly after landing on one of the most desirable formats to Felix. Tisk, beginner's luck. Felix refused to acknowledge her. Whatever, let's see what you do. Asna pushed the hologram back to Felix. Without further ado, Felix pressed on the second button and watched the wheel spin again. Ting ting ting. Stop. The wheel slowed down its speed for a few seconds until it was brought to a halt, leaving its needle placed on a golden-colored board. Congratulations on picking the game, the last executioner. Felix and Asna looked to their right and were met with the game's details. / Game Platform, Universal Individual Supremacy Games. Game Format, Battle, Battle Royal Edition. Game Name, The Last Executioner. Participants number, 97, still increasing. Strength allowed, Human Race System no limits. Items allowed, Artifacts, Rank 3 Battle Potions, Nano-based items, Symbiote-based items, Technological weapons, Grade 1 excluded, Scrolls. Prizes pool, Peak Grade Stones, Misty Cage, Celestia, Lonely Lantern, Bead of Regret. Rules of the game. 1. All the players will be teleported above a giant circular island. 2. They will be dropped at random places and there will be a 30-second grace to move freely. 3. The island is made into 5 regions. Desert region, volcanic region, forest region, snowy region, and a lake region in the center. 4. Players will be dropped only on 4 cardinal regions. 5. The game is split into 3 phases. The map will start getting erased from the edges every 15 minutes in the first phase, 10 minutes in the second phase and 5 minutes in the third phase. 6. Each phase is further split into 3 parts, meaning that the game's longevity is 1 hour and a half. 7. Players must eliminate the others to survive each part of a phase. 8. Players will get executed by Queen AI after each part of all 3 phases if they didn't have the corresponded kills count to that part. 9. Players are allowed to use surrender coupon to avoid the execution. 10. Kills counts are transferable after slaying the original owner. 11. The last player who remains alive on the island will be deemed as the champion. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants / Well, nothing is more straightforward than this. Felix closed the details of the game, already familiar with this concept. The Last Executioner was a popular game that was always accompanied by a terrific number of viewers. After all, a battle royal was already a brutal design for a game that enforced the survival of only one player. But, The Last Executioner? The design motivated the players into seeking kills no matter what. There was no such a thing as camping at the edges of the map while the others kill each other. Everyone was forced to hunt from the get-go since Queen AI would execute the passive ones. The 5th and 8th rule had made it crystal clear how would that get carried out. So, you need to always have an addition kill every time the map shrunk. Asna pondered, this concept will ensure that at least half of the players get eliminated in the first 15 minutes. Indeed. Felix nodded with a solemn expression. 50 diamond-ranked players getting eliminated in 50 minutes might seem abnormal, especially, when the Platinum Games had at most 30 players participating. Logically, the numbers of players should have actually shrunken, but it wasn't the case in diamond-ranked games. That's because the top 20 battle-oriented races in the universe had most of their players in diamond rank. For example, dragons were almost extinct in platinum and below-ranked games. That's because the moment they join the platform, they get placed in Platinum ranked games. 3 wins or such, and they would already be placed in Diamond rank. Such a treatment wasn't given to all races, but the top 20 races were still capable of reaching Diamond rank effortlessly. Gold and Platinum were home for most orcs, giants, werewolves, vampires, and many marine-based races, etc. Now, Felix was finally going to join the peak games in the universe, where only the strongest of the strongest were allowed to participate. Throughout the history of the human race, only 4 origin bloodliners made it to Diamond rank. Luck played a massive role in their climb, and when they reached the Diamond rank, none of them dared to play a single game. They were satisfied by simply reaching the Diamond gates and watching the games from the outside. Yet, those 4 bloodliners were glorified in the galaxy and were called the Great Four. It was sad, shameful, and quite pathetic for a whole race to take pride in 4 bloodliners, who merely reached the gate. But it is what it is, they did their absolute best with the strength given to them. Even Felix never disrespected them. How could he do so when he wasn't able to climb past gold in his previous life? He knew what they did could be considered as a miracle, and he would have never done the same even if given the same resources as them. Now, Felix could be truly considered as the first human to play a diamond-ranked game. If he brought it home, humans could finally be given a proper celebration. Though, Felix knew that wasn't going to be easy. Let's see my competitors. Felix waved the game's hologram to the side and clicked on the participants list. The Sleeper _8779, Heavenly Turtle Race Diamond, High Tier, wins 6/losses 0. For more details click on the name. Blood Coral _9987, Vampire Race Diamond, Mid Tier, wins 15/losses 4. For more details click on the name. Exodial _275, Red Dragon Race Platinum Rank, Peak Tier, wins 3/losses 0. 4. Wild Knight _3429, Night Elf Race Diamond Rank, High Tier, wins 17/losses 3, 4. Sunny _3429, Astra Race Diamond Rank, Mid Tier, wins 7/losses 1, 4. Unpaid Landlord _6996, Human Race Platinum Rank, High Tier, wins 9/losses 0, 4. Bee Colony Official N145, Hive Race Diamond Rank, Mid Tier, wins 18/losses 4, 4. The moment Felix noticed 3 golden glowing names, he felt his chest tighten up in excitement and agitation. However, when he saw Astra Race, his excitement was quenched a little. That's because the Astra Race were one of the few gravity elementalists in the universe. By now, it was a known fact that the gravity primogenitor Saurus was part of the Darkin faction. Mananangle's champion and Saurus's champion. Thor knitted his eyebrows. You better be prepared to get teamed up against. Chapter 766, A 4-Way Showdown. It was expected that a couple of champions would be included in this game due to the numbers of the players. But, Felix had to be that unlucky to land against 2 champions from the Darkin faction. It will be hard, but I am not afraid of them. Composed, Felix clicked on the names of all champions. I am not the same as before. That's my boy. Hormungandr and Thor smiled in satisfaction at his confidence. What if you allied with the other champion? That red dragon? Asna suggested. It was a smart suggestion. Sunny and Blood Coral would most definitely take down Exodial together after they handle Felix. So, why not turn this game into a 2 vs 2? It was any other champion, it would have worked. Felix shook his head, but, we are talking about a real red dragon. The most prideful race in the entire universe. You already had a little taste from Flame Bearer, the dragonling in my previous game. Felix is right. Lady Sphinx nodded, dragons will never ally with a human. Even if Cherif ordered them to do so, they would reject it vehemently. The magma primogenitor Cherif was the dragon's sponsor. They weren't his descendants or had a drop of his bloodline, but still, he sponsored them just like Lady Sphinx was sponsoring the witches. I don't mind at all. Felix shrugged his shoulders. Dragons see all races beneath them equally. Their pride was inherited and a trait of their personality. Felix would have taken it to heart if another player decided not to ally with him because he was a human, but not the dragons. That's just how they were born, and they couldn't change themselves even if they wanted. Since we are on him, let's check him out first. Felix enlarged the Exodial's profile and began studying him. The first thing that caught his eye was his picture. They sure know how to strike terror with a simple pose. Felix's heart skipped a beat at the picture. Savage ebony eyes sit lightly within the creature's angular, hard skull, which gave the creature a threatening-looking appearance. One enormous central horn sat atop of its head, just above its tiny, pointy ears. Small fan-like skin and bone structures ran down the sides of each of its jawlines. Its nose was large and had two wide, warped nostrils, and there's a small tendril on its chin. Rows of large teeth poked out from the side of its mouth and showed a glimpse of the terror hiding inside. A strong neck ran down from its head and into a gigantic body. The top was covered in thick red scales and rows of dark armor plating coursed on its spine. Its bottom was covered in reptilian skin and was colored much darker than the rest of its body. 4 powerful limbs carried its body and allowed the creature to stand noble and arrogantly. Each limb had 4 digits, each of which end in thorny talons seemingly made of onyx. Yet, what was more terrifying out of all of this, were his set of demonic red wings. Their skin was thin and tattered like it could be damaged with a single kitchen knife. But Felix knew that misconception had ended up turning many players into ashes. Last but not least, its thick tail ended in a gentle point and was covered in the same thick scales as its body. This was the appearance of the top apex predator in the current era. You might be the first to claim the unique singular title, the Dragon Slayer. Asna grinned faintly. In the SG platform, there were unique singular titles that were placed down for millions of years now for anyone to grab. They were proclaimed as one of the highest honors anyone could obtain from the games. The Dragon Slayer was one of those titles. It was a title that was placed down personally by the ancient dragon himself, meaning that it was as legit as it could be. The way to obtain the title was simple: just slay a dragon in the games. Yet, such a simple title was left unclaimed until almost everyone had forgotten that it existed. Many dragons had lost many games. Many dragons had died in many games as well due to the game designs. Many dragons had died in the hands of players' trickery. But not a single one of them had truly slayed a dragon. How could you kill something that was able to reflect 99.99% of the damages done to its scales? It was simply impossible. They were immune to almost everything. In addition, their mental defenses were one of the best, making them capable of surviving even the worst attacks from the hive race. The only weakness they possess was their reverse scale. However, unlike the dragonlings that had it exposed at the back of their neck, real dragons had it under their chin. It was tucked quite deeply, making it almost hopeless to aim at it. After all, the dragons weren't going to standing still while you try to hit it. From birth, they were trained to protect it until it became an instinctual behavior. The moment they sense a danger approaching, the other scales tightened up until the reversed scale disappear within them. The Dragon Slayer title was a direct challenge to everyone imposed by the dragon race. As long as no one was capable of slaying them in the games, they would always keep their heads lifted proudly. No one had any right to insult them for it. Let's see if their scales will reflect even void energy. Felix smirked faintly while closing Exodial's profile. Felix didn't feel a single ounce of worry against Exodial. If he had only poison and lightning, he would be already strategizing a way to avoid meeting him. But now? He saw him just like any other player in the game. All of them were going to be disintegrated on a cellular level the moment they get hit by his void energy. You better not get too cocky. Lady Sphinx shared, the dragon scales might not be able to completely negate the destructiveness of void energy, but it will make sure that it take a long while before it gets disintegrated. Naturally, void energy speed would be affected based on the material it tried to destroy. For example, Felix's symbiote suite had a high resistance against void energy, enabling him to enter the void realm for a few seconds at best. However, a high-end nanobot suit would be ruined within a second by a mere touch. The dragon scales were tough enough to survive against the void energy for a short while too. Yes, I know. Felix nodded, that's why I intend to use only the most potent void energy against him. As long as you know. After watching a couple of highlights for Exodial, Felix moved to the other champions. Exodial played only 3 games, so there wasn't much to see. Still, in those 3 games, he absolutely obliterated anyone who stood in his path. When Felix opened the profiles for the other 2, he was more drawn by Sunny's picture. She had an ashen grey skin and 2 pair of beautiful crystal butterfly-like wings, 2 long antennas were attached to her forehead, making her resemble a butterfly even more. She didn't have a nose, only nostrils. The last unique thing was her pupilless white eyes. Astra race, a truly fearsome bunch. Felix commented as he pressed on her highlights. It was always fascinating to watch Astrains in their games due to their gravity manipulation. They were capable of doing all sorts of unique things with it, making them fearsome opponents. In one of the highlights, Felix couldn't help but feel chills at the sight of a player getting crushed into the ground due to his own weight. No wonder they are ranked as the 7th strongest race in the Alliance. Asna said. She will be a tough opponent. Felix shared, I have never fought against someone with gravity manipulation. It's not fun, I tell you that. Thor sighed, that bastard Saurus was capable of opening black holes during our fights, making it extremely hard for us to escape from its terrifying pulling force. I doubt his champion is capable of opening a black hole. Hormungandr said, but, you still need to be wary of her other abilities. It's better if you spent the next days fighting against her copy to familiarize yourself. Will do. Felix nodded. Don't underestimate Mananangle's champion too just because you already defeated one. Lady Sphinx mentioned, diamond-ranked vampires are at another league compared to that kid you killed. When Felix watched Blood Girl's highlights, he couldn't help but agree with her, especially when he saw how Blood Coral was capable of enslaving players by controlling their bloodstream. Just a tiny exposed wound was all it took for him to make a diamond-ranked player his B*TCH. Those are just 3 players from 100. Felix felt his blood get heated at the scene of 100 players of such caliber all in one island. Truly the best stage to restart the climb. Chapter 767, One Winner Take It All. While Felix was drawing a plan to win the game in the most efficient way, Lady Sphinx, Hormungandr, and Thor were invited into a meeting by Cherif, the magma primogenitor. When they turned up inside his volcanic-styled house, they saw that Saurus, Wendigo, and Mananangle were already there. No wonder I smelt bad stench at the door. Thor sneered. Brother Cherif, you shouldn't have invited those 3 turds. They just dirted your place. Hormungandr said casually. They speak. Saurus turned to Wendigo with a genuine confused expression. Don't look at me. Wendigo shrugged his shoulders, I'm just as confused. Just be quiet and appreciate them. Mananangle smiled, it's a rare occurrence to see 2 retards overcoming their difficulties. It didn't even take a second before the atmosphere turned even more heated than the volcano they were at. Maybe it was a bad idea after all to invite both parties. Cherif massaged his temples as he eyed Lady Sphinx, seeking her help. Enough, I don't have time to hear you bicker like children. Lady Sphinx crossed one leg above the other and said calmly, what are you willing to lose this time? Haha, you seem quite confident, Lady Sphinx. Saurus chuckled, it is because of your new boy using void abilities now. We don't know what did you offer to move Lord Cows into handing over his bloodline, but you should reel your confidence a little. Mananangle advised, at the end of the day, a human remains a human. The Darken faction members had already figured out that Felix was using Lord Cow's bloodline, unlike the unique void creatures, who keep mistaking him as an imitator. This was caused by the amount of knowledge each side possessed. When the Darken faction members first saw Felix use void abilities, they were pretty shocked. After all, Lord Cow's was a loner, who never bothered to include himself in almost anything related to other primogenitors. He didn't bother to even make a single descendant. So, to see him suddenly giving away his precious bloodline to a human was a baffling situation. They knew that Lady Sphinx and the other must have offered something that was enticing enough for Lord Cow's to make such an unexpected move. They simply couldn't figure out what it was. A human remains a human, hey. Thor snickered as he eyed Mananangel. Weren't you thinking the same when he humiliated your champion? Any game held below diamond rank shouldn't be even counted. Mananangel yawned. All my champions there are just a bunch of toys to spectate when my diamond-ranked champions aren't playing. Did you record that? Hormungandr turned to Thor. Already done. Thor grinned. I would love to replay it for him when Felix thrashes his so-called real champions. Seeing that they were starting another quarrel, Cherif decided to intervene this time. Come on guys, just out with it, what kind of treasures you are willing to place? You already know what I want. Lady Sphinx eyed Cherif and Saurus calmly. I don't mind betting my monolith if the treasures are of equal value, and everyone approved. Cherif expressed while puffing out hot smoke from his nose. I approve. I approve. Naturally, Thor and Hormungandr supported Lady Sphinx's hunt for monoliths. Since 4 of the participants agreed to receiving the treasure, it meant that even if Saurus and Mananangel wanted to reject it, they could not. Wendigo wasn't even allowed to vote because he was here as a spectator, not a participant. Well, I am not willing to bet my own. Saurus sneered, nothing you offer will move me from changing my stance. Okay. Lady Sphinx nodded in understanding. What are you willing to bet then? Saurus was left in a loss for words. He thought that playing hard to get would push Lady Sphinx into raising the stakes instead of giving up so easily. Shit, a little help here. Saurus requested telepathically for support. He wanted to bet his monolith since no one would offer as much as Lady Sphinx for it. After all, she the #1 collector in the primogenitor's circle. Meanwhile, he was known for having the largest collection of pocket dimensions. He intended to force Lady Sphinx to bet 3 pocket dimensions for his useless monolith. Brother Saurus, don't be like that. Wendigo coughed. Lady Sphinx might be hanging with those 2 buffoons, but it doesn't mean we need to be hard on her. Indeed, Lady Sphinx is our sister, and we should support her to finish her monoliths collection. Mananangel nodded shamelessly. I already did my part, and now it's your turn to give her a chance. If you put it like this, I can see that I was being a bit stubborn due to those 2 simpletons. Saurus smiled at Lady Sphinx. Excuse my manners, I would love to place my monolith as my bet. The other 3 primogenitors could only stare at them finish their charade speechlessly. They weren't stupid to not realize that Saurus had shot himself in the foot by trying to jack up the price. He had to be saved like this to not lose face. I believe you want me to bet a pocket dimension. Lady Sphinx said nonchalantly. She would be putting her name to shame as the most knowledgeable if she didn't know about Saurus' plan. Outsmarting Lady Sphinx was really something to be proud of, that's why, it almost never happened for as long as she was alive. Cough, how about TW? 1 pocket dimension of your choosing. Lady Sphinx narrowed her eyes at Saurus. This is the best and last offer you will get from me. Fine. Saurus looked at the others and saw that no one rejected having a pocket dimension added to the pool. This left Mananangel, Thor, and Hormungandr. They named their own treasures and were approved to be added into the pool. Let's make it a bit exciting, shall we? Saurus smiled faintly as he suggested, how about all the treasures will go to the final winner? Usually, in games like those with multiple primogenitors, the treasures went to the eliminator instead of the winner. For example, if Saurus's champion eliminated Cherif's champion, he would be getting the treasure placed by defeated party. This happened even if another champion had emerged as the final winner. It was done like this to force fights between champions instead of focusing only on winning the game to get everything. I suppose it will work in this game mode. Lady Sphinx agreed. Fine by me. Cherif puffed out smoke in eagerness. My little dragon is unkillable in such a straightforward setting. In a sense he was right, dragons completely dominate the battle format games, there were no tricks, no puzzles, and no fishing or cooking that screw them up. We will see about that. Manananggal smiled in response. In paper, his champion had the least chance of winning against Exodial, yet, he seemed fairly confident. Well, in diamond games anything could happen due to having most limitations being removed. Races that were struggling in lower ranked games could dominate a diamond game by a simple addition of an artifact or a potion. Though, there were still limitations imposed on the items themselves and the number of items each player could bring with him. Players were given the right to pick only 5 items. It could be either 5 artifacts or 3 potions and 2 scrolls, as long as the number didn't go over 5, they were in the clear. Some artifacts, potions, and scrolls were even banned from the games entirely. So, it wasn't that easy to cheese a win by using them in the games. 10 days later, 5 minutes before the start of the game, Felix could be seen sitting on the ground in lotus position with his eyes closed shut, meditating before the game begins. He had already played cards with the tenants in his mind, and got kicked out after being caught cheating by using Mistress Candace. Now, the entire plan he set for the game was going through his mind one more time. Void element or not, Felix never entered a game without a plan. As for the 5 allowed items, Felix already picked them. He took with him the symbiote suit since he couldn't enter the Void Realm without it. He also secured a set of nails with a wire that were made from an extremely durable material. He purchased them with his game points from one of the many public markets for players. Last but not least, he brought 3 rank 3 potions that he concocted personally. 2 of those potions were from unique recipes owned by Lady Sphinx. In other words, no one knew about their effects and Felix was going to fully take advantage of them. It's time. Felix snapped his eyes open the moment the clock hit 10 a.m. sharp. Without a hint of hesitation, Felix teleported himself to the game hall. Chapter 768, Unexpected Appearance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On a wide red carpet that was placed above a spacious luxurious hall, many flashes of light began gracing the stage. In a few moments, those flashes of light turned into players from different unique races. Felix could be seen summoned in the center of the hall, where most players gathered. Since the number of players reached 100, it was a bit crowded. So that's Landlord? He doesn't look that threatening at all. The first Void Elementalist, I must keep my distance from him. Isn't he a cutie? I think this is the first diamond game I see a human in. Chatter broke out immediately near Felix. Just his race alone was bound to attract attention from those players, don't even mention the fact that he was a Void Elementalist. All the players here had dug all available information about Felix. They would be lying if they didn't admit that Felix freaked them out a bit due to his Void Army inability to appear anywhere. So, just because Felix was a human, none of them dared to underestimate him even if they showed the opposite. Felix ignored everyone's looks and walked towards a corner to rest a bit. First time I see so many players from different races in one game. He thought to himself while eyeing everyone in the hall. Felix was used to not having a human presence in his games by now. But, it was more apparent in this game when the numbers increased significantly. There were at least 6 vampires grouped up to the left, Blood Coral seemed to be the ringleader as he was placed in the middle. 5 werewolves and 3 winter wolves standing nearby each other while glaring from time to time at the vampires' clique. Forestrians hovering in the air without a flatter of their crystal wings. Sunny was chatting with them while peeking from time to time at Felix. 5 Shadowborns chilling near the walls, appearing like they were merged with the shadows of the other players. More than 6 players from the hive race were standing as a single unit like they were in an army. 2 of them were from the bee species and the other 3 resembled humanoid red ants greatly. Since there was a hierarchy within their race, the lowest number official was commanding them. Naturally, there were orcs, giants, elves, night elves, centaurs, dragonlings, serpent halflings, and more. It was truly a buffet of diversity, and Felix had just joined the table as the first human. Whoosh! Whoosh! Abruptly, 2 additional massive flashes of light occurred at the end of the hall, attracting everyone's attention to them. They are here. Felix narrowed his eyes at the sight of Exodial and the sleeper making an appearance. One was a gigantic red dragon with an indifferent stare, and the other was a humongous turtle with a lazy look. Thud. Wake me up when the judge arrives. The sleeper yawned while withdrawing his head and limbs within his hexagon-shaped white shell. No one dared to chat near him lest they wake him up and end up getting targeted by him in the game. The heavenly turtle race might appear slow and lazy, but they were just as terrifying as the dragons. Their shell was impregnable, and their earth manipulation was enough to put anyone in despair. Meanwhile, Exodial didn't even bother to find Felix, Sunny, and Blood Coral within the crowd. He simply closed his eyes and covered himself with his monstrous wings. The lively atmosphere had been affected heavily when those 2 monsters had shown up. Thankfully, after a few minutes of waiting, the MC decided to grace the stage. Good morning everyone, I hope you rested well enough. A 4-armed blue-skinned man greeted with an easygoing smile before a podium. He was wearing an mesmerizing outfit that had written sentences "Move freely" on the fabric. Sweet, Sage Marshal is our judge. At least, we will have our questions answered properly. The players seemed like they were satisfied with having a judge from the sage race. Well, it was known fact that sages were free-spirited and easy to deal with. Compared to the other 9 rulers, they were the most likable within the network because of their personalities. Now, since everyone here is a smart lad, how about we get right into it? Sage Marshal created a gigantic holographic screen that was displaying a large circular island. The island was quite unique due to its many environments stacked in one place. The northern zone had a long-stretching snowy mountain range with thunderclouds on top of it. The southern zone was just a typical golden desert with horrific sandstorms ranging frequently. The western zone had an active volcano that was spewing lava from time to time. The eastern zone had a rainy forest with giant trees reaching hundreds meters in height. Last but not least, the center of the island was a very shallow lake that had not a single rock or a tree in sight. All 4 zones were connected to this lake. You guys will be teleported above those 4 zones randomly. Sage Marshal smiled. If you ended up above your preferable environment, then you can rejoice. Felix would love to land in the snowy mountain region, or at least in a close proximity. The thunderclouds above them appeared to be extremely active, and he could take advantage of them. Just like him, the other players wished for environment that supported their element and abilities. Any burning questions? Will we be warned before the map shrinks? Yes, 10 seconds prior. How long will it take for the shrinking to finish in every phase? It's done at random. Sometimes longer and sometimes shorter. We need kills to qualify ourselves after every time a map has shrunken, correct? So, if I killed someone with 3 kills, and I had 3 kills, does that mean I don't need to worry about Queen's execution for the rest of the game? One of the vampires asked with a solemn expression. That's correct. Kills are transferable for this reason. Sage Marshal smiled. If they weren't, everyone will be executed before they reach Phase 3. There were 3 phases in this game. Each phase was further split into 3 rounds. Since players required kills to survive each round, it would be impossible to reach Phase 3 when players get eliminated by more than half in every round. However, with kills transfer, this problem was solved. In fact, it ensured that at least 20 players would reach the last phase safely. In other words, any player of those 20 would be more than worthy to win the championship. Is there any unique title to seek? Oh ho, we have a bold one over here. Sage Marshal clapped his hands in amusement and suggested, since we have a dragon among us, the unique title will be the Dragon Slayer. Upon hearing so, the player refrained from thinking about this matter entirely. The rest of the players also dropped the unique title from their minds even though none of them were seeking it. Ending up as the last survivor out of 100 monster was already going to be extremely challenging. No one was dumb enough to split his focus on a title. Meanwhile, Exodial didn't even flinch after putting such a target on his back, he simply kept his eyes closed shut while waiting patiently for the game to begin. I guess we are done here, make sure to get some friends. Sage Marshal made a peace out gesture with his four hands and teleported away. While the players were seeking partnerships with others from the same race, Thor, Lady Sphinx, Saurus, and a few more primogenitors were gathered in the council. A 4 champions showdown was already enough to attract them to spectate the game. But, when it was related to the Darken faction against Jormungandr and Thor, most of them preferred not to miss the drama. Are you sure about not attending? Lady Sphinx asked telepathically. Yes, I have Candace to accompany me now, so there is no point in meeting those old fogies. Asna shook her head, plus, I am afraid about having my identity exposed. Lord Cow's warning is still ringing in my ears. I see. Lady Sphinx nodded. After Felix won his previous game, Asna was eager to watch the next game with Lady Sphinx and the other primogenitors. However, after Lord Cow's appearance in Felix's consciousness space, Asna had removed those thoughts from her mind. It was better to be safe than sorry. Lady Sphinx, I guess you won't tell us what you offered Lord Cows to give up on his precious bloodline. Kumiho said. Upon hearing so, the other primogenitors' ears perked up in intrigue. Many of them had tried before to snag a bloodline bottle out of him for experiment purposes but to no avail. Before Lady Sphinx could reply, Lord Cows appeared out of nowhere on one of the seats at the top of the council. I gave it because I liked the kid. Lord Cows inquired calmly, is there a problem with it? Chapter 769, The Return of the Legend. Lord Cows. Everyone was shocked by his sudden appearance. Even Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Jormungandr didn't expect him to be interested in watching Felix's game. Lord Cows, your addition truly brightened up the council. Kumiho immediately flattered him, not daring to commit to her previous question. Lord Cows was highly respected and feared within the primogenitors' circle, while the primogenitors might consider Felix's void abilities as a joke, they would never think the same before Lord Cows. What the F***ck is this? Is he considering taking that kid as his champion too? Saurus' expression wasn't too pleasant. Who knows? I am just a bit irritated by the thought. Mananangel narrowed his eyes at Lord Cows. Having Lady Sphinx as an ally to Thor and Jormungandr was already getting on their nerves. Now, even Lord Cows might be changing his stance? The thought was honestly quite frightening. Mananangel knew that even if all three of them fought against Lord Cows simultaneously, they would have their asses handed to them. Void element at the right hands was simply a nightmare to fight against. Don't mind me everyone. Lord Cows expressed, I will be leaving shortly. Why leave? Aspidakelone requested, you are already here, please stay until the end of the game. The other primogenitors besought him to stay as well. It wasn't that easy to meet Lord Cows personally and most of them had spent many years without seeing his face. Then, I will overstay my welcome. Out of politeness, Lord Cows nodded in agreement. Felix will probably get disowned by Lord Cows if he ended up embarrassing him in his first game. Thor shared telepathically. Well, it's a good thing he isn't aware that he is being watched by him. Jormungandr said, the last thing we need is adding more pressure on him. Do you guys think that he came here because of his void domain? Lady Sphinx guessed, he knows about the human bloodline system, so he must have known that Felix had inherited his void domain mastery. Highly likely. Thor nodded, he must be here to defend Felix when he exposes his void domain. The other primogenitors had no idea that Lord Chaos had mastered his void domain. If Felix used it in the game, the Darkin faction would finally start taking Felix a little seriously. After all, the void domain was an ultimate ability that was capable of killing even primogenitors. Only 5 primogenitors managed to master such a horrific ability. It would be foolish to keep Felix unchecked with such a weapon. However, if Lord Chaos backed him up, no one would dare lift a finger at Felix, at least, not personally. Enough guessing, the game is starting. Thor said as he watched tens of players getting summoned batch by batch into the stadium. What a stadium it was! Its scale was at least 3 times bigger than in the Platinum games. Yet, not a single seat was left empty. Hundreds millions of live spectators were stacked next to each other, making them appear like bees in a hive. The instant Felix got teleported into the field, at least a quarter of the audience exploded into frenzied cheers. Leon Lord! The legend is back! I sold my car to watch this game. Please win it for me. I am going to pass out. My lord! We missed you. Felix had been gone from the SG platform for more than 4 years now. For those hardcore fans, it was an excruciating long 4 years. So, the instant the news of Felix joining a diamond game went viral, none of them dared to miss out on watching this game live. Hell, some fanatic fans were out on a limb to get a loan just to secure a ticket. The tickets for diamond-ranked games were worth a king's ransom, even the worst seat cost at least $500,000 SC. Yet, quarter of the live viewers were here for the sake cheering on Felix. Felix was more than grateful for their never-ending support. Much appreciated. Felix smiled while nodding his head at his fans. He would be lying if he denied missing this feeling. Felix recognized that he wasn't just representing himself but an entire race, a race that never stepped foot inside a diamond game. Without a single doubt, Felix knew that at least 70% of humans were watching this game. He was absolutely right. Almost all cafes and restaurants in the Milky Way were streaming the game live. They were packed with customers, who were broke to buy a streaming subscription, or simply preferred watching the game with others. If public places weren't their thing, there were many websites streaming a pirated version in the dark web. As for the upper echelons, who would dare miss out the game of the indirect Federation leader? If by some chance he died in the game, everything would be changed in the galaxy. Felix's influence had already taken root in all 3 empires, whether he realized it or not. Aren't you a little superstar in your galaxy? An orc commentated mockingly while walking past Felix. Some players envied Felix's popularity as well. Just because they were diamond-ranked players, it didn't mean they had billions of fans. It was all about charisma and personality. Most of those players were capable in the games but lacked these 2 aspects. At least, they weren't as bad as the dragons, heavenly turtles, and other races at the top of the food chain. One would think that they would be the most popular, but it was actually the opposite. You will never catch a dragon cheering on another dragon unless it was a battle for the throne in their race. The same applies to the others. I can't believe it, we have more than 80 trillion concurrent viewers in the stream. Sage Marshall knew that the reception for this game would be crazy, but he never expected it to reach this height. He was used to commentating for games that averaged a few trillions at best. This was truly a game changer in his eyes for his career as a judge and an MC. If only humans were as strong as this singularity, we will be rolling in dough. Marshall eyed Felix with a pleased expression, knowing that the stream was dominated with Felix's fans. After all the players were sent to the stadium, Sage Marshall dropped from his platform and began the interview segment. He ignored some players like Exodial, knowing that they wouldn't speak a single word. Instead, he went to Felix first since he was the biggest scoop in this game. Sir Felix, can you please express your feelings of being the very first human to join a diamond-ranked game in the Universal platform? He inquired as he pushed the mic in front of Felix. Nothing special really. Felix said calmly, This is just a small stop in my journey. Bold words. Sage Marshal raised his eyebrows. Are you telling me, you are aiming to reach the peak of the Supremacy Games? Why would I be in the games if it wasn't for so? Felix eyed him weirdly. Seeing that he was being serious in his claims, the players nearby and viewers from other races couldn't help but laugh in mockery at his haughtiness. Peak? What a joke! Does he really not know, or is he just being arrogant? Here I was almost going to be taking him seriously. The players ridiculed Felix out loud, not caring if he could hear them. In their eyes, Felix must have gotten too proud of himself when he became a void elementalist. Reaching diamond rank was already an achievement worth celebrating for as a human, but to aim for the peak of the platform? That was insanity speaking. Haha, I admire your courage immensely, but you do understand that to reach the peak, you still need to climb 2 more ranks and then have an individual fight with the current top 10 strongest players in the universe, right? Sage Marshal shared. So? Is that supposed to scare me? Felix replied nonchalantly. Kinda. Sage Marshal said with a questioning tone. You guys don't need to worry too much about my goal. Felix smiled widely as he pointed at his brand logo on his t-shirt. You just need to purchase my merchandise to support the cause. Shameless F***er. Upon hearing so, Sage Marshal lost interest in interviewing Felix immediately. He realized that all of this bullshit to aim for the peak was most likely just a hook, so most viewers would be focused on him. When he does so, he hit them with an advertisement for his brand. Tisk, crafty humans. They will do anything to get more money. The players criticized Felix after thinking the same as Sage Marshal, not realizing that Felix was being 100% real with everyone. From the get-go, Felix's goal was always reaching the peak of the platform. He never bothered to think about it when he was at lower ranks, but now that he was getting closer and closer, the dream was within his grasp. The prizes, wishes, primogenitor's bets, popularity, honor, pride, representation of an entire race, all of these things were mere cherries. The real cake was becoming the number 1 player in the entire platform. Felix wasn't doing so for the giggles, a hefty reward accompanied such an achievement. It was becoming the 11th ruler of the SG Alliance. Chapter 770, The Snowy Mountain Range. The Alliance always had this position in place for the number 1 player in the entire platform. That's because it was the greatest motivation for the players to keep climbing no matter what. If Felix became the 11th ruler, it meant that his entire race would jump from the bottom of the inner circle within the alliance straight to the top with him. It was the simplest method to become a ruler, but at the same time the hardest of them all. It was even harder than climbing from PG platform. At least, in that platform, many teams from different kingdoms, empires, and other backgrounds push the entire race together through the ranks of the alliance. But in the IG platform, Felix needed to do it all on his own. As Sage Marshal mentioned, Felix still needed to climb 2 more ranks and fight against the top 10 players, who were direct contestant to the current 11th ruler. Well, he shouldn't be called the 11th ruler since he was already a member of the 10 rulers, that's why no one ever heard of the existence of an 11th ruler. Felix knew that he wasn't even close to scratch him. In fact, even the top 10 players weren't confident in fighting him to reclaim the position from his hands. He was simply that terrifying. If Felix had to guess his strength, he didn't doubt that it was pretty close to primogenitor's. Such a monstrosity was the current number 1 player. How could everyone not laugh at Felix's bold goal when they knew all of this? In a short while, the interview segment was concluded, allowing the players to get teleported above the island. When Felix looked below him, he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He was placed a few kilometers away from the snowy mountain range. With a single blink, he would be on top of a mountain right below an active thunderstorm. Oh, it seems like we have been split into 4 quarters for each zone. Felix commentated after counting the numbers of players above the snowy mountain range. It was 25 exactly. He was counted with volcanic region since he was placed above its borders. Even better. Felix grinned faintly. Felix realized that the players would be memorizing their opponents in the same region as them. This meant, they would not expect him when he makes an appearance in the snowy mountain region in the first minute of the game. As for the other three champions, Felix had spotted them placed above the forest region and desert region. This entailed that he wouldn't be meeting them until the second or third phase of the game, if they managed to survive until then. "Are you all ready?" Sage Marshall shouted passionately from the platform. "Whoa-ah-ah!" He was met with the loudest cheer he heard in his entire career, making him grin from ear to ear in happiness. Without further ado, he started the countdown and the spectators joined him when the count reached 10. Their harmonized loud chant boomed throughout the entire stadium. If the spectators didn't have protection over excessive noise, most of them would have their ears ruptured by now. 3, 2, 1. Release. Whoosh. 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 The players fell from the sky into their regions, appearing like little dots compared to the size of the island. Felix made sure to keep inching closer to the snowy mountain region while keeping an eye out for any abnormalities from the players. So far, none of them seemed to be pulling anything weird as they kept trying to reach the ground as fast as possible. The 30 seconds grace window would be activated the moment a player touched the ground. Since it was global, this meant that the last players to fall would have a shorter time to adapt to the environment before they get thrown into a fight. Thud. Felix landed into the ground akin to a meteor, leaving behind him a gigantic crater on the volcanic lower surface. Whoosh. Felix jumped outside the crater and used his X-ray vision to scout the surrounding area. Immediately, he spotted 4 unique sets of skeletons that were spread out in 10 kilometers radius. Shadowborn, an orc, centaur, and an elf. Felix easily figured out the races belonging to those skeletons. Still, Felix ignored them and turned to face the snowy mountain region. He wanted to avoid fighting players, who already knew of his approximate position. It was much better to be an invisible predator. Without a delay, Felix beamed his symbiote suit and put it on him. He was already used to wearing it and had a fine control over all of its aspects. Then, he beamed a yellow potion and drank it in one gulp. This was one of the 3 potions that he concocted. It was called Shadow Veil Potion. It allowed Felix to hide his smell, his aura, his infrared radiation, and anything that might get him found out. This was an improved recipe to an already existing potion in the market called Camouflage Potion. Felix was handed this recipe by Lady Sphinx for practicing rank 3 potions. It was at least 10 times better than the original version since it could last for more than half an hour and its effects were quite potent. After noticing that his marks had been hidden successfully, Felix exposed his hands and activated Void Seekers. He didn't want the void energy to touch his suit. Felix understood that he needed to be extra careful when using his void energy around his symbiote suit. It had high resistance but it wasn't immune. If it wasn't for so, Felix would have entered the void realm the moment his feet touched the ground. Then, he could easily start assassinating one player after the other like they were in a playground. Unfortunately, his symbiote suit had been tested to have enough resistance to remain within the void realm for at most 20 seconds before falling apart. If Felix didn't want to continue the game nude, then, he needed to be extra careful while using void energy around it. What is Landlord attempting to do? Sage Marshall wondered while placing the camera on Felix. He was spotted aiming the Void Seekers into the closest snowy mountain to him. Still, it was 20 kilometers away at minimum. Whoosh whoosh. Felix blasted the Void Seekers into the sky and watched their trajectory closely. Is he attacking someone we don't see? Olivia titled her head in confusion while spectating the game with the rest of the Earthling team. Who knows? Hina shrugged her shoulders. Sage Marshall kept one camera placed on Felix and used one to follow the trajectory of the Void Seekers through the thunderclouds. In a few seconds, the Void Seekers emerged from the thunderclouds and began descending into the mountain's peak. Sage Marshall switched the camera into the mountain's peak, believing that a player must have landed there or something. However, he found nothing. The hell is he tr? Hey! The moment Sage Marshall returned the camera to the Void Seekers, his eyes bulged out of their sockets at the sight of Felix falling into the peak. What? How? Am I tripping or did Landlord just teleport? How is that possible? The viewers were left absolutely gobsmacked by Felix's sudden appearance on the peak that was 20 kilometers away from his original position. The worst part? The screen was split into two parts, showing Felix and the Void Seekers. Yet, the viewers didn't even realize how Felix disappeared from one side of the screen and emerged on the other. It was a legit teleportation. He must have traveled through the Void Realm, but how was he able to do it so fast? Sage Marshall was baffled just like everyone else. No one had seen Felix use Blink before. This made them unable to comprehend what had just transpired. How is this f***ing fair? This is too much. Void Element and Void Realm should be banned from the games. If he doesn't need Void Rifts to blink through the Void Realm, then our idols are f***ed. The fans of other players felt scared for their idols after imagining Felix appearing out of nowhere and kidnapping them into the Void Realm. Void Bloodline is really overpowered. How the hell did his organization manage to create one? Meanwhile, Zazia and the rest of the Federation Alliance were left at awe at the Phantom organization, believing that the Void Bloodline was its masterpiece. After all, there was not a single Void Beast spotted in the history of the universe. It was far-fetched to believe that Felix had lucked out on one. On the other hand, the Primogenitors didn't comment, but they did peek at Lord Cows after Felix used his first Void ability. Seeing that he was as expressionless as ever, they couldn't figure out what was on his mind at all. Chapter 771, First Blood has been drawn. Not realizing that he had brought out an intense reaction from many viewers, Felix removed his symbiote suit and checked it out. Tisk, one blink, and it's already getting damaged a little. Felix was fairly disappointed with the symbiote suit. But alas, there was no better option in the market to handle void energy. He could only swallow his frustration and refocus on the game. 10 seconds left before the grace period expires. Queen AI notified him. Without further ado, Felix began scouting the entire mountain range from above, seeking his prey. Gotcha! Soon enough, he caught wind of 7 players spread out all over the place. 2 of them were within the mountain and the others were currently sprinting all over the place. When Felix saw that 2 humanoid red auras were rushing to the peak, he began preparing the stage for them. Felix pulled out the sets of nails with wires. Then, he swiftly started positioning away from the center. Naturally, he was burying them within the snow, so they wouldn't get noticed. When he was done, he made sure to hide his footsteps and such. Next, he went to the center and buried himself a few meters under the snow while still holding into the wires connected with the nails. Is he setting up a trap? Sage Marshall inquired while highlighting the network of wires under the snow. When exposed from above, they appeared just like a spider web connected with the center. No one understood why Felix was doing so besides a few observative viewers. In their eyes, it was redundant to go this far when he could simply blink behind them just like he did previously. It seems that Little Junior is having trouble remaining long within the Void Realm without risking ruining his items. Queen Allura reasoned while watching the stream with Elder Dalilia. What do you mean? Elder Dalilia frowned. I believe that he possesses Void immunity, allowing him to travel Void Realm as he pleased. Queen Allura clarified, however, his AP bracelet isn't immune as him. I see, so he needs to wear symbiote suit to protect it. Elder Dalilia nodded, though, his symbiote suit is also struggling to fight off the potency of void energy. Indeed, so he needs to refrain from traveling through the Void Realm only when necessary. Queen Allura nodded. It seems like his friend was responsible over long travels. Queen Allura thought to herself. Just like she figured this out, the rest of the rulers were bound to reach the same conclusion. Felix didn't care whether they knew about Mistress Candace's involvement or not from analyzing his actions. He simply kept hiding under the snow while watching the two humanoid red auras get closer to the peak. When the camera was spotted on them, it turned out to be a partnership between a werewolf and a winter wolf. Faster, Snowflake! We need to reach the high ground before anyone else. The werewolf spoke with a rushed tone as he jumped from a rock to another. We have to be careful, Mr. Kindle. Snowflake replied while knitting his white eyebrows. Careful from what? Mr. Kindle shared, we saw that no one had landed near the peak. Plus, don't you trust my nose? Werewolves had one of the best noses in all species in the universe as it allowed them to track someone from 100 of kilometers by a mere whiff. All werewolves had memorized every player's smell during the game hall, allowing them to pinpoint exactly their locations on the island. At this moment, his nose hadn't picked anything near the peak since they landed on the island. Winter wolves' sense of smell was also remarkable, but they were weaker in this aspect compared to the werewolves. I am just saying we need to keep an eye out. Snowflake stressed, I have played 2 diamond games now and lost them both due to carelessness. I can't afford to lose another one by the same mistake. We lost games too, stop whining. Mr. Kindle said, we have reached the peak already. With one final jump, Mr. Kindle landed on the snowy summit. A moment later, Snowflake landed next to him and started eyeing the peak with a penetrating look, worrying that an ambush might be in place. See? Nothing here. Mr. Kindle said as he walked towards the center. Wait, doesn't the snow seem oddly disturbed? Snowflake mentioned after spotting a few patches of the snow being out of shape compared to the area. In normal cases, no one would have spotted those distortions since they were at windy snowy mountain peak. However, Snowflake was extra paranoid this game, since he preferred not to get demoted to Platinum rank. This made him question even the tiniest detail that was out of place. When he walked to one of the spots that were disturbed, he placed his hand on the snow and closed his eyes. A split second later, he noticed ice particles surrounding a dark object that resembled a nail. Get out of there! Without an ounce of hesitation, Snowflake yelled at Mr. Kindle while jumping as high as he could. Oh no! Mr. Kindle's instincts were finally triggered when his foot touched a thin smooth metallic wire, making him realize that he had walked into a trap. SZLZLZLZLZLZ. Alas, just as he attempted to jump away too, his foot had been hit by millions of electrical volts traveling through the wire. He began twitching while his eyelids rolled at the back of his head like he was having a lethal seizure. Whoosh whoosh. A split second later, 2 purplish blasts of energy emerged from underneath the snow and landed on Mr. Kindle's chest directly. The void blasts didn't penetrate his chest or bounced off it, instead, the void blasts merged with it and started disintegrating every single cell it touched. In a split second, a small hole had emerged on Mr. Kindle's chest, the scariest part? It was expanding wider and wider, exposing his internal organs. All of this was happening while he was still getting shocked by millions of concurrent volts. He was utterly hopeless to save himself. When Snowflake saw Mr. Kindle's unenviable situation, he realized immediately the identity of the ambusher. Landlord! You chose the wrong place to ambush us proud wolves! Snowflake yelled furiously while standing above a newly erected ice pillar. It was at least 40 meters long, putting enough distance from Felix. Whoosh! Felix jumped from beneath the snow and landed right next to Mr. Kindle. He dusted his hair from the snow with one hand and used the other to rip out Mr. Kindle's heart. He made it seem like it was just a casual day in the field. Did I? Felix answered lazily while bursting Mr. Kindle's heart into little pieces. Some landed on him, but Felix didn't care, he was used to blood and guts by now. Thud. Mr. Kindle's corpse fell on its back after Felix cancelled his electrical discharge. Blood seeped through its wide-open chest that was still being devoured by the void energy. When it landed on the snow, it tainted red like a bottle of wipe spilled on a white carpet. First blood has been drawn brilliantly by Landlord. Thrilled, Sage Marshall commentated loudly while zooming on Felix's bloodied hand and Mr. Kindle's corpse. Let's f***ing goo. My lord never disappoints. Holy shit. He actually killed a diamond-ranked player within the first minute of the game. Felix's fans went absolutely bonkers like they were just given a direct dose of well-needed dopamine. Felix refrained from joining the games for 4 years. 4 long damn years. When he finally returned, he gave them exactly what they wanted from him. Meanwhile, the rest of the viewers had no idea how to react to the current development. Such a simple trap wasn't supposed to work on a diamond-ranked player. He might possess an unfathomable strength, but his intelligence and creative use of his abilities scares me the most. Maganda Chief commentated with a bitter smile. Just like most observative viewers, he realized that Felix's plan worked only due to players' ignorance of his blink ability. Who would guess that Felix had blinked to a mountain's peak that was 20 kilometers away and set up a trap on it? Adding the fact that no player had been spotted landing near the peak made it impossible to consider such a fact. Last but not least, Felix had made sure to conceal his markings from the very start of the game. No one does this since the known rank 3 camouflage potion could last for a mere 5 minutes. So, if someone brought it with him, it was only logical to save it in climatic situations. All of those points stacked with each other had caused Mr. Kindle's demise. In fact, if Snowflake wasn't extra paranoid, both of them should have been dead by now and no one would blame them for it. The trap was simply too perfect. Chapter 772, Forcing a Hand-to-Hand Combat. Seeing such a hair-raising scene made Snowflake reconsider fighting off against Felix. Snap out of it. All of this happened due to an ambush. If that retard listened to me, none of this would have occurred. Snowflake regained control over his emotions, knowing that fear had no place in diamond-ranked games. He is alone in a snowy peak. This is the best opportunity to secure a kill and move to the next round. When his nerves were calmed, he began seeing his overwhelming advantages. He was a winter wolf in his preferable environment, it was a 1vs1 and the nearest player was kilometers away. So, what if Felix was a void elementalist? Snowflake didn't spend those 10 days watching the moonlight and howling at it. He trained hard to counter Felix's void abilities just like the rest of the players. If he wasn't going to use them here, then he should just surrender while he still can. You are too cocky for your own good. Snowflake clapped his hands together as he shouted, Snow Cage, update. Faster perks? Google search pan.deno.val. Remember to remove punctuation. Whoosh whoosh. The snow above the peak rose into the air and covered Felix inside a giant white dome. Harden. Snowflake wasn't done yet as he controlled the snow cage to solidify, hoping to entrap Felix for a few seconds. Ice Hammer. Not daring to waste time, Snowflake lifted his hands up and began expelling a torrent of blue particles that ended up shaping as a humongous crystal hammer. He created it so fast by using the falling snow as a material too. Elementalist might not be able to create real snow, fire, plants, or such, but they could control it by using external manipulation. Hush! Food! Snowflake smashed the snow dome with the ice hammer as hard as he could. The shock was enough to break the cage into little pieces. Not waiting until the dust settles, Snowflake manifested hundreds of sharp crystallized objects and bombarded the peak to oblivion. Huff huff. A few seconds later, Snowflake stopped the bombardment and began examining the ruined summit with a penetrating look. Soon, he found a separated bloodied hand buried a little in the snow. However, before he could feel delighted, he noticed that it belonged to his partner, Mr. Kindle. Looking for me? Suddenly, a faint whisper emerged right next to Snowflake's ear, sending the coldest chills he had ever felt in his life through his spine. With his insane honed instincts, Snowflake swung his arm behind him like a whip, trying to push Felix away from him. Boom! Alas, Felix blocked it with his forearm that was covered in his symbiote suit. His physical defenses were already noteworthy. When adding the toughness of the symbiote suit, Felix's body stopped being a weakness and was one of his strongest assets in the games. Still, the split second resulting from this contact was enough for Snowflake to activate another ability. Ice spikes. Long sharp ice spikes protruded from his back, forcing Felix to guard his face while backing off. The moment some distance was created, Snowflake jumped from the ice pillar and landed on a newly created one. Here I was thinking we will be getting some hand-to-hand combat. Felix sighed in disappointment while withdrawing his symbiote suit into his bracelet. I am not a fool to engage in a close combat with you. Snowflake sneered, the moment you touch me with your void element, I will be done for. Are you stupid? Felix eyed him weirdly, do you honestly believe that you will still be alive for this long? I didn't want to. Snowflake wanted to believe that Felix was bluffing, and he was simply trying to play mind games with him. However, his instincts screamed at him that Felix was being dead serious, and he should *ck off while he still had the chance. Remembering how Felix appeared behind him akin to a ghost made him more certain that Felix wasn't fooling around. Shit, he is much creepier than I anticipated. Snowflake gulped a mouthful, should I escape and find another victim? I don't even know how he managed to teleport behind me. This is getting too risky. Hey, I know that look. Felix scolded, stop dreaming about escaping. If you know anything about Void Realm, it should be that I can find you even if you hid in the depths of the island. Upon hearing so, Snowflake realized that he only had two ways to escape from this situation. Either kill Felix or delay the fight until other players get attracted by the noise and come rescue him. Well, they wouldn't be rescuing him, but he believed that Felix would withdraw from the fight when it gets crowded. Listen, I just want to have an honest hand-to-hand combat. Felix smiled innocently, you have my word that I won't be using my elemental abilities or symbiote suit. What is Landlord trying to achieve here? Sage Marshall was baffled, isn't he aware that Winter Wolf's physique and battle instincts were even better than werewolves? In the eyes of the viewers, Felix was either asking for a beating after growing too confident in his physical strength, or he was trying to trick Snowflake. Snowflake thought the same. Your word. Snowflake snickered, do you think I am a child to believe in you cunning humans? How about a contract then? Felix forwarded a contract instantly that ensured neither of them use elemental abilities or items, except Felix's passive, lightning-quick reflexes. Still, it would be a pure hand-to-hand combat. When Snowflake read the terms, he realized that Felix was being serious. He didn't even care that he could use that passive since he believed that his reflexes would still be faster than him. Does he think he can take me down with only physical strength after blocking my arm before? Snowflake was confounded, that wasn't even at my best. *ck it, he is doing me a favor. Snowflake signed the contract instantly, fearing that Felix might take it back. He already realized that it would be extremely difficult to kill Felix when he was capable of literally teleporting. In addition, he couldn't escape or hide due to Felix's ability to travel through the Void Realm. He was cornered and Felix had just given him a way out. Good. Felix smiled widely in satisfaction while cracking his fingers. Felix didn't go through so much length to increase his physical strength just to not experience his prowess against worthy opponents. Especially, when he went through hell to learn hand-to-hand combat with Hormungandr. I have no idea how did the situation derail to this, but I am not complaining. Sage Marshall commentated in eagerness while opening a live bet for the result of this battle. Bets could be opened anytime for any situation within the games if the MC deemed them worthy of a wager. The moment the wager went public, most of the viewers placed their bets on one of the two. Unsurprisingly, most of Felix's fans went all out on him, knowing that he would never drop the ball on them. As for the other viewers, they were more rational and placed a bet on Snowflake. They firmly believed in Winterwolf's physical capabilities and knew that Felix was going to be taught a lesson he would never forget. Meanwhile, Felix and Snowflake were still standing silently on two opposite pillars. They were in battle stance, but no one made a move as they kept their eyes affixed on their opponent's movement. Update faster perks? Google search pan.deno.val. Remember to remove punctuation. I need to kill him fast before the others ruin this perfect chance. Snowflake narrowed his eyes at Felix, hoping that he would make the first move. However, when he saw that Felix was as static as a boulder, he knew that he couldn't carry on this stare-off. He could smell that at least 3 players were edging closer to the peak. So, the instant he saw Felix blink, he propelled himself towards him with his glimmering sharp claws extending forward. Szzlzlz. Felix activated his supersonic mode, allowing him to see the incoming attack at a normal speed. Just as he tried to evade it, he found himself losing his balance unexpectedly. Cunning dog. Felix's expression hardened after realizing that the ice pillar beneath him had been disintegrated into ice particles. It was known fact that evading an incoming attack without a footing was almost impossible. Checkmate. Snowflake grinned after seeing Felix guard his face with his arms. Snowflake knew that his claws weren't going to be stopped by those 2 skinny arms. Hey! However, before he could celebrate his perfect first move, he was dumbfounded by the sight of Felix's thighs and legs growing to an abnormal size. Then, gravity did its magic and pulled Felix into the ground faster due to the increased weight in his bottom half. Whoosh! With widened disbelief eyes, Snowflake flew right past Felix's head, missing him literally by a hair strand. Thud! Thud! Felix landed on the ground akin to a large rock while Snowflake ended up falling into the edges of the peak. Not a bad try, honestly. Felix cracked his neck while reducing his bottom half's size into normal. Sage Marshall and the viewers could only stare at him with a dumbstruck expression, never expecting the first interaction to end up like this. What did I say? Maganda Chief smiled wryly. His creative use of abilities is the most terrifying aspect of him. Chapter 773, Hand-to-Hand Combat. Whoosh! Not waiting for Snowflake to make another move, Felix launched himself in his direction and did a back kick towards his chest. Boom! Snowflake blocked it barely, but he ended up getting pushed furthermore into the edge of the summit. Such a powerful kick! Snowflake exclaimed after feeling his arms shivering from the aftershock of the kick. Not done yet, Felix rushed at him again and began assaulting him with quick punches, aiming at his jaw, liver, and even his crotch. There was no such a thing as honorable fight in the games. Felix had been taught by Hormungandr to aim at every available weakness without exceptions. Unfortunately, Snowflake managed to parry all the punches successfully. He didn't even react when Felix attacked his crotch, knowing that he would have done the same. In fact, when he retaliated against Felix, he attempted to knee Felix in his crotch as well, wanting to paralyze him for a split second. Too bad, Felix always expected the worst from his opponents, allowing him to intercept Snowflake's knee with an elbow. Boom! Both of them were launched a few meters back from the aftershock of their bones colliding fiercely. Before they could even stabilize their footing, they blasted off the ground and connected yet again in a rapid frenzied assault. Kicks, punches, bites, claws, elbows, knees, grapples, everything was being used in the fight, resulting in an artistic but savage form of battle. I can't see shit. They are moving too fast. Slow down. Slow down. The normal viewers could only complain with agitated expressions as they stared at 2 silhouettes, moving faster than what their eyes could capture. Meanwhile, high-leveled bloodliners and other viewers with heightened senses could only marvel at the fight. They could see that no one was having an advantage over the other. Snowflake possessed sharp claws that acted as weapons while Felix had electricity covering him. When Snowflake landed a punch, his fist get paralyzed slightly. Because both of them possessed abnormal defenses and rejuvenation, no one was capable of handicapping the other even when they land a direct hit. He is actually keeping up with a winter wolf. How is this even possible? Does he have any weakness? If even winter wolves can't kill him in hand-to-hand combat, who will? The viewers, who bet against Felix, started to feel like they had been cheated out of their money. Unbeknownst to them, even Snowflake was losing his composure each second he spent in the fight. This can't be real. He must have drank a battle potion to boost his physical strength. He thought with a maddened expression. With each clash, he realized that Felix was learning and adapting to his fighting style. At the start, Felix had received many hits to non-vitals areas, but now he was capable of predicting Snowflake's next move with all the data he obtained from his previous clashes. Ever since then, he stopped getting hit and began sneaking one counter-attack after the other. Snowflake's defenses and rejuvenation were naturally capable of handling just as much. But he was still getting agitated since he could feel that Felix was using him as a mere practice doll. He had exposed his vitals 2 times by mistake, yet Felix didn't even bother to aim at them. He was simply grinning from ear to ear creepily as he kept evading his claws. More. 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 He was absolutely right, Felix was enjoying the battle more than he could ever comprehend. He didn't want it to end so soon since he knew that it would be hard to meet another remarkable opponent, who could actually make him break a sweat physically. Alas, fun times always end early. Boom. With one last clash, Felix and Snowflake were propelled into opposite directions. Both of them appeared like they have just emerged from a bar fight. Update faster perks? Google search pan.deno.val. Remember to remove punctuation. While Snowflake was covered in purplish bruises, Felix had a few bloody claw marks in his back and shoulders. Yet, none of them looked at each other. They will be here in less than half a minute. Snowflake spoke while smelling 3 approaching foreign scents. I know. Felix nodded calmly while eyeing the same 3 skeletons. How about we call it a day and leave while we still can? Snowflake suggested, knowing that Felix had to take him on his offer. The contract bound them to fight physically, which meant Felix couldn't kill him in such a short window even if he went all out. That's what he believed. Sadly, he was dead wrong. I need less than that to end this. Felix's expression turned cold all of a sudden as he dashed towards Snowflake. What are you doing? You will get us both killed. Snowflake could only shout at him furiously while blocking his frenzied assault. Snowflake understood that the moment those 3 players arrive here, they wouldn't hesitate to focus on them. After all, their conditions weren't optimal, and the players weren't dumb to not take advantage of it. Alas, Felix thoroughly ignored his concerns and continued attacking him. Snowflake's agitation kept increasing with each second gone by, feeling like he would be ambushed at any given moment. Losing one's calm during such a high-paced fight was a fatal mistake that had only one result, giving out an opening. That's precisely what Snowflake ended up doing, only this time, Felix wasn't going to ignore it. Bam! A horrific uppercut landed straight on Snowflake's jaw. The blow was strong enough it caused the brain to bounce off the walls inside Snowflake's skull. Usually, this causes someone to lose consciousness, but Snowflake wasn't just anyone. The punch simply paralyzed him for a split second. Unfortunately for him, that was all Felix needed to commence a submission hold. Whoosh! Felix swung his right leg at Snowflake's neck. Instead of hitting him as hard as he could, he jumped in the air and placed his other leg on his neck too. Then, he tightened his grasp on his neck and rolled into the ground, forcing Snowflake to fall down against his will. Then, he caught his extended arm and began pulling it as hard as he could. Before Snowflake could understand what Felix aimed to achieve by such a useless submission hold, Felix murmured, "Legs, arms, X2. Felix's legs and thighs began expanding bigger and bigger until Snowflake's face turned purple from getting suffocated by them. Crack! Crack! In fact, the pressure they caused to his neck was so horrifying, his neck bone began fracturing bit by bit. Snowflake was already struggling against Felix before. Now that size manipulation had been added to the mix, he was being utterly overpowered in front of everyone's dumbfounded looks. FCK, FCK, F***CK, not like this, not like this. Snowflake was losing his mind at the thought of getting killed by a human in a physical battle. He struggled, he kicked, punched, and even tried to claw Felix's thighs. Alas, nothing worked. Through the blood and the wounds, Felix kept a cold expression as he tightened his legs to the limit. He really has him pinned down. Sage Marshal exclaimed, will he surrender or accept his fate? I surrender. I surrender. Finally, Snowflake was left with no other option but to give up on the game to survive from an excruciating slow death. Update faster perks? Google search pan.deno.val. Remember to remove punctuation. If it was possible to use elemental abilities, he would have escaped years ago from such a submission hold. Alas, the moment he did so, Queen AI would be the one executing him based on the contract terms. Upon seeing that Snowflake's body had been disintegrated into light particles, Felix reduced his legs and arms size back to normal. He looked above him and saw that he had number 2 as a tag. Felix wasn't surprised by this, as he had already known that indirect elimination were counted as kills too. If it wasn't for so, everyone would be executed when they fail to kill their opponents because they surrendered. Boys, you can have fun without me, Felix said calmly while being covered in his symbiote suit, appearing like he was being devoured by a living creature. Then, he waved his hand causally and blinked to the opposite peak that was in his line of sight. A few seconds later, 3 players emerged from edges of the summit and eyed each other with baffled expressions. They thought that Felix was cornered and had no way of escaping without using his void rift. They were fully prepared to strike him the moment they notice a void rift being opened. Alas, Felix had no need for it. As long as he had a location in his line of sight, he could blink to it instantly. The only reason he uses Void Seekers was for hidden corners or to travel further distances. I can't believe he actually won fair and square in a physical battle against a winter wolf. Sylvia murmured with a dazed expression. Does that mean his physical strength has already surpassed the known limits of humans? Leo mentioned with an odd look. Seems like it. Sophia nodded. Brother Felix is really breaking a limit after another. Olivia smiled proudly. This type of conversation was being held in all bars, cafes, restaurants, and any gathering that involved this fight. Humans always struggled due to the limitation imposed on their physical bodies. Even if they reached Origin Realm, they were still much weaker physically than naturally gifted races. Felix had just shown everyone that it was more than possible for humans to gain the same physical strength as those races. He didn't defeat an orc or a giant, who could be outsmarted, but a winter wolf. A high-acclaimed race in hand-to-hand combat to the point, most races avoid fighting them up close. This was more than enough to prove that there was no such thing as limitations for humans. They might be masters of none, but it was possible to be masters of everything. Chapter 774, A Living Weapon. Seeing that Felix had decided to chill on another mountain's peak, Sage Marshal switched the camera to other 3 players, hoping for a 3-way to happen. Unbeknownst to everyone, Felix was absorbing neutral energy through his new jacket and converting the energy into poison. He had to be discreet since primogenitors were watching him. If they caught wind that he learned conversion technique, it wouldn't be hard to guess that Hormungandr had bestowed his perfect manipulation to him. When that happened, the hoax would be in the open and Felix would be exposed to own also Thor's perfect manipulation. Hence, he must be discreet always while converting energy. While the process was ongoing, he was being bathed inside his revitalization inducement. His wounds were healed at a remarkable pace due to his rejuvenation being quite abnormal on its own. After he was back in shape, Felix beamed a large normal metallic pole and buried it deeply in the snow next to him. He sat in a meditation position while leaning against the pole. Rumble. Rumble. Before his fans could wonder about the pole's purpose, it was struck by 2 thick lightning bolts. The electricity coursed through the pole and was delivered to Felix. Is it just me or does he resemble a battery? Witch Naima commentated speechlessly while watching the game stream in a classroom with a few witches. First time I see someone wanting to get struck by lightning willingly. No wonder he has chosen to teleport to the mountain's peak. The witches and other fans figured out Felix's reasoning for picking the snowy mountain region. During the fight, he literally fought against two players in their preferable environment while he benefited nothing from it. Now, they understood that his aim was the thunderclouds, which acted as a way to help him recharge his lost electricity during his fights. As long as he was near them, he would never worry about running out. After a few minutes and tens of lightning bolts, Felix finally had restored his lost electricity to the last drop. When he was done, he opened a tiny void rift and extended his exposed hand inside. He must be recharging his lost void energy. Zazia guessed. He has an infinite source of void energy at his disposal. Maganda Chief snickered, it's really unfair to the rest of the players, but *ck them, they had plenty of advantages over us in the games and no one complained. Boo! Boo! As he mentioned, the other viewers realized what Felix was doing and couldn't help but start crying out loud at how unfair it was. An entire realm of void energy and Felix could access it with a simple void rift. While the others struggled to maintain their elemental tanks, Felix could go all out and refill his tank again and again. Alas, no matter how much they whined and booed, neither the Queen nor Sage Marshal bothered to address their complaints. Oh ho! It looks like Exodial has finally found his prey. Sage Marshal tried to defuse the crowd's boos by switching the camera to Exodial. Why run when you know it's futile? Exodial sighed in frustration as he watched two players breaking from their fight and running in opposite direction. The moment his shadowy figure was cast on those two players, they didn't hesitate to split up and run for their lives. Alas, they were in a desert, making it impossible for them to find a place to hide or take cover from what's about to come. Whatever, might as well stretch my throat a bit. Exodial eyed the two players lazily as he opened his jaws wide open. Then, his throat began expanding bigger while turning crimson red through the scales. Instead of aiming at any of the players, he affixed his wide open jaw on their previous battle location. If the camera was positioned inside his throat, the viewers would be alarmed to see a tiny dark red dot getting created from condensed crimson flames. A split second later, the tiny dot became as big as a soccer ball. This should be enough for those two ants. Exodial thought lazily while drawing a deep breath. Then, he launched the dark red sphere at the desert. It was so small, the viewers wouldn't have noticed it if it wasn't for Sage Marshal zooming on it. That's it. Before an ignorant viewer could comment at the cute size of the dark red sphere, the rest of his sentence refused to come out after the screen turned as white as snow. Do you want to read more chapters? Come to. Boom. A couple of seconds later, a deafening blast rocked the entire stadium and was followed by the screen brightness fading away. What was left behind was a magnificent mushroom that touched the ceiling of the sky. It was high enough, every player managed to see its magnificence. If nukes and plasma beams weren't banned from the games, the players would have assumed that someone had just triggered one. Honestly, they all wished that it was the doing of those heavy weapons. Alas, every one of them recognized that no one was capable of such mass destruction besides Exodial, the only red dragon in the game. They are really a living weapon. Felix stared at the mushroom with a serious expression. Dragons weren't feared and respected for no reason. Flame breath? That was for dragonlings and dragon babies. Adult dragons were capable of condensing their sacred flame to the point it could be considered as a plasma attack. Felix knew that the last attack wasn't even Exodial's best, still, it was enough to reshape a few kilometers in the desert. As for the poor two players, one of them surrendered the instant he felt heat on his back while the other believed that he could make out of the blast zone. Too bad, he was too confident for his own good and ended up turning to ashes. Just terrifying. Exodial has just reminded us why dragons are the strongest race in the universe. Sage Marshal commentated with a dry throat. Even as a commentator, he was scared shitless of that attack. Don't even mention the players, who were participating with that monster. None of them wanted to imagine what would happen when the island shrinks to center, and they end up facing Exodial in such a confined area. In a short while. The first round has been concluded, the map will start shrinking in 10 seconds. Queen AI made a global announcement, warning everyone to stay away from the edges of the map. No one knew exactly how long the shrinking process would last, and they preferred not to stay nearby the edges to find out. Meanwhile, the players without an elimination above their heads were seen sprinting all over the map akin to madmen. They weren't scared of the map shrinking but what would happen after it. The execution round. Unfortunately, all the players with kills went into hiding, not wanting to fight those cornered beasts. There wasn't really that many of them. After all, everyone was proactive in finding battles at the beginning. So, it wasn't hard to secure a kill. However, there were exceptions like Felix and Exodial, players, who eliminated more than one player. Because of them, there was a shortage of players to fight against, making it possible for some players to end up meeting no one in 15 minutes. Peep peep. When the countdown ended, a loud horn noise resounded thunderously throughout the island as a final warning. Then, the map began getting erased from existence, literally. Felix sat on a snowy boulder at the edge of the summit and watched it happen through the thunderclouds. Ground, trees, mountains, desert, the sky, everything was getting deleted by a visible blue hue that surrounded the island. The process was chosen to be done like since elemental circles would not be good enough to finish off every player. This wasn't a gold game in the human platform branch, where a circle of extreme fire was enough to burn everyone to ashes. Besides that abnormality, Wally. Even Exodial would get killed instantly if he got caught by the blue hue. After 5 minutes, the blue hue finally disappeared, sparing the island. If had to guess, it should have taken more than 30% of the landmass. Felix murmured as he eyed a nearby mountain that was split in half. It was such a smooth cut it made the mountain appear fake. This had happened in all regions, hell, the volcanic region had it worse. An entire quarter of the giant volcano was gone, leaving lava to spill into the void. 48, I guess no one died in it. Felix checked the numbers of remaining players and realized that it was still the same. Now, let's see how many will remain after the execution round. The moment Felix mentioned it, Queen AI sent out second global announcement. The execution round will start in 10 seconds. This announcement was even more terrifying for some players than the previous one. Chapter 775, Danger Lies Everywhere. Only 10 seconds are left, it's hopeless. Sage Marshall shook his head as he eyed the poor 6 players without an elimination. They can only use a surrender coupon and leave while they still can. When the countdown reached 1, all of them disintegrated into light particles under the size of relief from their fans. They possessed surrender coupon and didn't greed on keeping it when a meeting with the Grim Reaper was literally 1 second away. Some viewers were disappointed when no one got executed, but it was expected in a Diamond Games. Deaths were quite rare since everyone had honed their survival instincts to help them avoid meeting their maker. When they get placed in games with a certain execution mechanism like this, they were given the opportunity to reject participating in it. Such an opportunity was given only once per year since those players were diamond ranked and deserved such a treatment. Unlike bronze, silver, and gold players that get treated like insects. In addition, most diamond ranked players owned coupons that allowed to avoid those types of games. There was respin coupon and surrender coupon. They could be purchased effortlessly from the prize pool in diamond ranked games with game points. So, if someone died in a battle royal, it was due to his own overconfidence or unluckiness, not the game design. After the execution round ended, Felix checked on the players' count. 42 players remained. Felix knitted his eyebrows. I need to get another elimination to secure a passage to the second phase. Although Felix owned 2 eliminations, he could only avoid an execution in the second round. Based on the numbers, Felix knew that it would get harder and harder to get eliminations. Everyone was strong but not equally so. If he wanted to avoid rubbing hands with monsters so soon, he must get as many kills as possible while he still can. Felix activated infrared vision and scouted the surrounding area and what lays behind it. Because of his insane boost to his mental capacity, he could scout at least 30 kilometers away from him or more if he wanted. Though, Felix preferred not going that hard since he still hadn't met with players of the Hive race. He would rather not waste his mental energy before then, lest he shoot himself in the foot. Unfortunately, not a single soul could be seen in a few kilometers radius. All the players in the snowy mountain region were either too far, dead, or migrated to the rainy forest region. It was the most neutral region on the island besides the central lake. This lured majority of players to seek fighting in it. When Felix used his infrared vision and zoomed on the forest, he realized that at least 20 players were scattered in it. I guess it's time to migrate. Before Felix could finish his thought, his back felt cold all of a sudden, forcing him to move an inch to the side reflexively. Alas, he was still too slow. Push! A glistering dark dagger penetrated Felix from the back and had its tip emerge from his left chest. He might have moved an inch, but it was still not enough to avoid having his heart cut open by the dagger. Poison expulsion. Felix didn't think about the assassin, his ruined heart or anything. The first thing he did was expel a potent poisonous acidic cloud through his pores, covering at least 10 meters around him. Do you want to read more chapters? Come to. Push. The dagger was abruptly pulled back by the assassin and disappeared. Mother Faster Shadowborns. Felix cursed hatefully as he stared at his shadow. The moment he got struck, he knew that it was caused by one of the 5 Shadowborns in the game. They were the only ones in the game capable of commencing such a neat and almost undefendable assassination. Oh, it seems like your kid is in trouble. Erebus chuckled, my descendants can be a little difficult to handle in diamond games. He is fine. Thor sneered, it's actually an embarrassment to fail an assassination while emerging from someone's shadow. Shadowborns were capable of traveling between the Shadow Realm and the Matter Universe by using shadows as gates. This made them terrifying opponents since they could literally appear from a player's shadow and strike him when he least expected. Any Shadowborns in Diamond rank could be expected to have mastered this ability to travel between dimensions just like Felix. The only difference was that Felix could emerge anywhere he wanted and absorb free void energy. The Shadow Realm had plenty of natural treasures, but it wasn't filled with shadow elemental energy. Erebus wasn't that godly to create an entire realm and fill it with shadow elemental energy. Failed? He clearly slit his heart. Erebus said. You are looking down on us if you think he will die by a mere slit to his heart. Hormungandr said as he eyed Felix pressuring his wound. Everyone thought that Felix's human heart was his primary vital spot, but they were dead wrong. His main heart was the Devourer's heart, and it was placed on his right chest. As long as it wasn't hit, he could recover from any wound caused to his human heart. As expected, the slit had been treated in a few seconds by his revitalization inducement and natural rejuvenation. Cough. Cough. The only thing Felix had to do was cough out the excessive blood caught in his lungs. How is this possible? Meanwhile, 2 pairs of disbelieving eyes were staring at Felix from within a shadow of a boulder. He was just planning on commencing a follow-up attack, knowing that Felix would be too wounded to defend against it. However, his instincts warned him that Felix was merely faking his weakened state. He had committed enough assassinations in his lifetime to recognize if someone was really hurt or just acting to bait him out. What stunned him was the notion that Felix was fine even though he slit his heart open. This almost never happened to him before. What do we have here? Phantomai has actually made a move on Landlord. Sage Marshal exclaimed after spotting Felix's condition. When he saw that Felix was chilling, he focused on other battles. Who would have known that he would be a victim of an assassination attempt? Sage Marshal replayed the assassination attempt to the viewers. When everyone saw that the dagger had slit Felix's heart, most of them rejoiced. In fact, the majority of the Federation members felt joyful inside while expressing a worried look on the outside. They all thought that he was done for. Some of them were already planning on how to benefit the most from his death. Alas, when the camera resumed on the live feed, Felix had to disappoint their ugly fantasies. "I guess you are not coming out after all," Felix said coldly as he eyed the shadows that emerged with every thunderclap. The peak was gloomy and dark due to the thunderclouds, however, the occasional lightning strikes sure helped Phantom Eye. "I have no idea how you managed to recover from that, but I am done with you for now," Phantom Eye replied with a creepy soft voice. Boom! The instant Felix spotted the location of the voice, he struck it with a lightning bolt from his palm. The boulder was blown out to pieces, but nothing much happened to Phantom Eye. "Don't be too impatient, we will meet again very soon." Phantom Eye's voice faded into the background, leaving Felix with an unsettled heart. It didn't feel good to know that you were being targeted by a Shadowborn. Felix's vision was absolutely useless in this case since he couldn't see what's within the Shadow Realm. As for his interdimensional senses, Felix didn't know if it was oriented just for Void Realm, or he could use it for other dimensions. Even if it was, he had no idea how to see the Shadow Realm when he didn't know how his passive actually worked. Phantom Eye really left. Sage Marshall commentated, "It seems like he intends to hunt another player for now." Felix understood that Phantom Eye should have left him alone for now. After all, he would have his guard heightened against any other shadow assassinations. It was much better to aim for another clueless player than waste time waiting for another opportunity against Felix. Still, Felix didn't feel at ease. He was forced to increase his attention to nearby shadows from 10% to 40%. If it wasn't for that 10%, he wouldn't have been able to even move that inch and avoid a direct strike on his heart. Felix wasn't worried about joining diamond-ranked games for no reason. He knew that dangers lay everywhere, and he could die at any given moment if he dropped his guard for even a second. "I can't stay here anymore." Feeling restless, Felix wore his symbiote suit and blasted his void seekers into the sky above the rainy forest. "Catch me if you can." Felix snickered at the shadows and blinked away. The forest was at least 30 kilometers away from him. If he used his blink, Phantom Eye would never be able to stay on his tail, even if he traveled in the Shadow Realm.